You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the fifth postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand.
Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
You don't understand.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So
Later
you're saying,
change to 180.
how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
You know?
You're just on your own.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You know? So that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Millennia thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, but not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. But not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know. That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. But not on the globe hypothesis. Well, it's an assumption. For fuck's sake.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. But not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane. Right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's
You
sake.
don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate,
It's
would it?
not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got
Yeah.
just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle, that postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
Eight
you're
is
saying,
changed to
for fuck's sake, how does it show?
sorry,
How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line
Not
drawn
on
on
the
it must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
Not on the
a cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion.
Yeah.
Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding four. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no
Be quiet.
wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, Mike.
No reason, no logic, no
quiet.
answers to a question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly. Not on the globe, Mike. Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal plane. Establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's
all they
not a
say
problem
is-
because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking
what they're
difficult can it
saying-
be?
quiet.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Thursday, Euclid Night. Mainly focus on geometry rather than going over any of Euclid at the minute, because I mean I think where we've been going is we've been trying to put people on a path to try and, you know, get people involved with what we do here, to try and explain to people how simple this geometry is. But until you have a reason to look into it, there is no reason to get the geometry, or, you know, the idea of why geometry is important. And just recently, well, like today, over the last few days, we've sort of been on learning process, but along with that, there has been other steps that we've been saying for quite a while. We just need this, and then we'll be able to hopefully explain what it is, because what we do within this arena is we've already done it for ourselves. So you have to then take that idea, that concept, and give it to somebody else. But you doesn't seem like you can literally tell them. What you have to do is like plant a seed and hope that that seed grows into an inspiration that comes from within. And then they might be a bit more inclined to come back and, have a conversation. Hopefully that's the way what we've been doing here. It's slowly grown. I mean, there are people that are intrigued. I think there's people that are intrigued and they don't know why they're intrigued. And then there are literally people that are intrigued and they want to come in to be part of whatever it is we've got here. There are a lot of people that have been here for a long time, and it's been built around some sort of a ethos of learning. Mainly it's been built around Emma, but she just keeps quiet about it. All of this is built around a group of people that have been brought into this arena by some strange people. Mainly people have been intrigued and come in. Maybe they've asked a question, like me personally. I'd noticed that there was something going on, and in general, I don't know whether it was my age or because I'd got my second lad. I don't know. But I thought there was something going on, so I decided to go and have a look. When I did find this particular group of people, they led me here by whatever means. And I think there are a lot of people that are in this arena that do the same thing. They've come from the same place. And you initially come in asking questions, and then there are a group of people that filter you into this arena. Now, there aren't many that reach this particular inner depths of the place that we are in, whether it be on YouTube or Discord or, this, I don't know. This particular place that we're in is a very confined bit. And even the people that sort of run this dichotomy are keeping us out of their mind. They want to throw a tarpaulin over us. They want to veil it, what we talk about here. So just recently, thanks to one of the more insane Discord globe defenders, Chike, since he got super triggered, I don't know why, but he left this arena and went to Twitter. Now, personally, I think it might be because he did the thing with Blue Marble's balls. When he had to pack his balls up and send them away. I think that might be the thing. Chike exposed Blue Marble's balls as the ridiculous, illogical concept that it is. He also exposed the fact of the zero thought that goes into this the globe hive mind just total negativity. But since he went back to Twitter, that's brought around, because I'd not really bothered with Twitter other than to post this stream out. But Chaiki's since brought the Twitter guys back in to this arena, which is, don't know, he's brought back old memories, but in the way that I've already had the arguments, the amount of arguments I've had with people over the last 6 years, it's not changed. It's been the same. On and on and on. It's the same thing. But the Twitter globe geniuses are hilarious. And I think it's about time, you know, I let everybody in. Because people in this particular arena, I mean, I don't know what you call the arena. I call it the, like the Discord chat. I mean, I'd love to know if there's other places that we could chat to people that's similar to Discord. Just rooms that you can go into and have a chat with people. It's an open room. This, like, there's, I don't know how many people, 16 in the Discord server right now. And you can come in and have a chat. It's open all day. There are obviously going to be other places like this. And that's where I'd love to have a chat with people. That's what I hope to do. Be able to just talk to other people about different things. Like, that was what brought me in here, asking questions, and we ended up filtered into this particular place. Well, it's very specific where we are here. Like I say, everybody's been brought in from different arenas, and it's about time that I showed people the ridiculousness that brought me in here. Because I wasn't a flat earther, not a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther. But I started asking questions that obviously triggered a group of people. Now, this group of people are the people on Twitter, and Chaiki has since gone and took what we do here, and he's ignited the Twitter guys again, because he's started showing how triggered Chaiki is. Has gone on to the chat, and he's injected what we do here back onto Twitter again, which is great for me. It's like somebody selling what we do, but it's obviously what we do here is really triggering to a certain group of people, and they get really upset, they get really angry, and you can sort of feel this anger within the tweets and stuff that it comes through, obviously. And I'm just saying about geometric proofs and an argument now, because what we've been doing has been learning up to this point, and we've tried to make it as simple as possible because these guys have been telling us we don't understand about things, so we try and simplify it to make it easier to present it to them, to say, look, yes, we do. Look how simple we can make it, to show you that we do actually understand this. And they've said, no, you don't understand it. And we've I took that as a challenge, and we quite like advanced simplicity. So we decide to make it even simpler, and then go back and say, look what we've done. It made it, look how simple this is now. And they've said, no, that doesn't work like that. You don't understand. And we've come to a point which I call the argument. The argument, as in the definitive, because I don't think we can make this process of what we do here and what we've developed within this Discord server and this group of people that we have developed an advanced simplicity in everything. Started off with geometry, And we were quite proud of that. Even down to hopefully showing people how you can make a non-Euclidean geometry, possibly the most well-formed non-Euclidean geometry there is. And we've then found, thanks to Raven, Buster, and just people coming, we can simplify that once more, down to the words, down to how the logic's formed. And the simplest way to explain all of that is to make a simple argument that can be made as simple as possible, to teach or to hopefully show how an argument is made using the words, and how you can form the words so there's an understanding, making it simple so every word could be understood. Second, by using logic to formulate these sentences together to form a logical structure and some reasoning process that goes along with it, because that's what logic is. It's putting the words together to have a reasoning process to come out with a conclusion that links both of the, the sentences that you've just said together into a conclusion. And that's the process of formulating an argument. So that's the logic. And finally, the rhetoric. We get a chance to be able to present this to people, so it can be learned and shown to people that this is how the trivium with the grammar and the logic and the rhetoric, this is how it all comes together to form the geometry in a simple, easy to understand way. And that's what we've done. That's what I think we've done with the very simple argument, the argument, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. It's a simple statement and easily reasoned through geometric understanding. It is a proposition within Euclid, and about the straight lines. If two straight lines are parallel to the same straight line, then they will be parallel to each other. It doesn't take much understanding to link that to reality, to follow it through to, at least that's what I think. I open it up for a challenge. If anybody thinks that they can make a more simple logical statement, that the reasoning process comes around easier, then please bring it in here, because that's what we're after. We're after a discussion to bring more people into this logical understanding of making simple, easy to understand statements, and rather than trying to make anything more complicated than it should be, let's just make it simple and easy to understand. That way you can get more information across if it can be understood more simply. That's what we're about. So in showing that, which I think I did a bit ago to Red's rhetoric, showed him the argument, because I've been saying for quite a while to a lot of people that the globe has no... well, we initially said, because Dave Weiss brought the Bitcoin challenge out, we made the video with Bob the Science Guy, saying that there is no proof of the globe model. There's no proof for the globe model. But by extension, you can say that no argument can be formed in favour for the globe model that could prove it. That's why there is no proof, because no argument can be made. So we said that about proof a long time ago. but then the sort of realization came around that they haven't got an argument. Perhaps they don't know what an argument is. So we started testing it out and saying, there is no argument. None. And we were hoping for an argument to come back, but none did. There still, to this day, is no argument that can be presented, or that has been presented, or whatever, to us in favour of the globe. I mean, have a think for yourself. Can you make one for yourself? I couldn't make one. But I know the reasons why, because of predication. But that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is because this one particular statement that can be made, an argument, the argument, you can present the argument, as I have done quite a few times, just recently to Red's Rhetoric. I thought it was a good one to test it on, actually, because he's not aware of what we do here. So we give him the argument and then watch what happens, like we have done for quite a long time. You just deliver it, plant the seed, watch what happens, see how water it a bit every now and again, just to help it germinate. So we've been watching the repercussions of this. There's a guy in the chat here that's just said, the logical statement, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other, is correct, but you still need to prove the first part. Yeah, they all are. But Blue Marble thinks it's a problem as well. Can you show the black swan for the statement? To show the horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. And then we'll be fine. Because every time I make a horizontal, it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. So anyway, you present a logical argument that's very simple, like this. And obviously, there are people that disagree. They don't actually know why they're disagreeing. Well, I think they do. They have a model dictates something about horizontals. No doubt they'll bring it up, what it is that they want to say about horizontals. At least the geometric horizontal, that's the one that we're talking about. The one I understand. The one that's a straight line or plane. Right, so let me get some of the tweets that we've got from the boys today. I can't remember how far it went back. Red's Rhetoric, I think he's I think McToon was having a go, wasn't he? It's this one. Let's have a look at this. All right, now this goes along with what was he called in the chat? Oh, Boom Marblestein. Plato Chips, who's the guy on Twitter that if you look, you will see he's absolutely obsessed with me. He says his last response, when he says his, he means me, obviously. He doesn't talk about anybody else. His last response makes it clear he has no intention of providing evidence, and that's why he won't commit to doing it. Talking to him without that will just be the repeat of the call with Ryan, so why do that again? He's talking about evidence that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, what I would say is, this is science. This is obviously repeatable by anybody. Why would you need my evidence when it's so obvious that you can go out and get your own? So anyone can do this. Anyone at all can go and find a horizontal and then just check it with the plane of the horizon. And then get another horizontal and check that with the plane of the horizon. And do 3 or 4 just to make sure that you've got it right. And make sure that they are indeed parallel to the plane of the horizon. And you can do it in a few different places too. In fact, you can do it wherever you want. You could take a level, a device for establishing a horizontal plane. You could take that with you wherever you wanted to and make sure that it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. When you find the one that isn't, you will have the black swan that you're looking for, and you can do that for yourself too. Just let us know when you found the horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. And we'll be brilliant. Let us know where it is. So he says that. And then Brad the science guy, familiar people that are within this thing, said the only evidence Try Thinking Me shows ends up supporting a globe. Well, I don't know what evidence he's talking about. We've used auto levels out on the beach. If he thinks that supports a globe, then welcome to it.
Why doesn't he address that evidence that he's
because
claiming supports the globe?
No, but Brad just parrots what the other guys say. I mean, Brad's the guy that will voice publicly the stuff that the other guys are too scared to say for themselves. So they need people like Brad to voice them. He says, it would help if Bev gave data with his auto level photos. Elevation and distance would be nice. Not too many people can spend an afternoon with an auto level and a measuring rod and no data in the end. Did I go over this last night? He claims to have a surveying certificate, but when he goes out surveying, there is no data. Well, as far as I can remember, that we tried to do it, that I was holding the rod and the people in the Discord server, i.e. you, the person that's watching it, is the one that would record the data. That's the way we set it up. We put the people in the Discord server as the surveyors. So, yeah, I guess because they haven't seen that. And then, because I was trying to set up another chat with Reds, like I said, and Reds has this idea that Reds doesn't want to talk to us about this. I say, I'm not a flat earther, never have been, never will be. I have proof it's definitely not flat. I also have the argument that you can't seem to understand, and you need me to help you explain. I welcome the task to help you understand it. I like the idea of helping these people that don't understand the argument to hopefully understand it a bit more. And then we're talking about Euclidean geometry and Plato chips. One of the rare people that's nobody knows of, nobody's ever heard him talk or whatever, but he seems to be a globe geometer of note. I don't know why he's famous. He isn't like in a university or something, because he could write his own non-Euclidean geometry, I think, or whether it just stays within his imagination. So he says Euclidean geometry, he says it's all based on axioms. You know what an axiom is? And I say, yes, a self-evident truth, because we've been over this, and they are self-evident. They are so simple to understand. It's unbelievable that somebody would think that you had to prove it. They're like, duh, type statements. But I say that, yes, of course, they are self-evident truths on which to base everything on. And he says, taken to be self-evident, so assumptions, albeit well-founded ones, he then says, is it possible an axiom could be found to be incorrect?
No.
No, that's what I mean, how can a self-evident truth be found to be incorrect?
I think he's mistaken. He's confusing axiom with the common notion, because it may happen, maybe, that common notion, because it's based on something we see, but axiom is referring to our mind. It's not talking about what we see. Is referring to our understanding, how we understand. For example, that part is not a whole. This axiom is, I don't know, we can show examples of that rule, but we cannot show this rule. So it refers straightforward to our mind. So it cannot be verified by, for example, experiment. So there is no way to invalidate that.
Yeah, we've got it here on screen. An axiom is an assertion worthy of credit, a simple truth which is self-evident, admitting of no argument with respect to its correctness and requiring no proof. The first 7 are alike applicable to numbers, superficial, extent, and solids.
But he's right. Yes, we are making assumption based on axioms. That's correct. And this and it becomes a premise, for example, in our argument. And
Yeah,
we know
no, I don't think he's saying it like that. He's saying we're making assumptions that the axioms are correct and a good base to start off with. I think. Don't get confused about the assumptions within arguments that are forwarded to proofs. I don't think he's saying that. But, I mean, who knows? This is a guy that's very vague with what he says, that hopes other people take up what he said and mean something else and interpret it in a different way. And, well, perhaps he meant this, and perhaps he meant that. That's why I think these people, we've been dealing with these sort of people, these few people who sit in the background. They're like puppeteers. They drop certain statements and then they leave other people to interpret it as they will. Jesse Kozlowski was a genius, a master at it. There's loads of people that have assumed things because of what Jesse Kozlowski said. Jeff, the guy that may or may not live in Maine. He's definitely not a surveyor. But he's another one of these people that just sort of drops ideas that can be formulated by other people so that they can interpret what he said as being something that would fit around a model. Yeah, the people in the chat, they're in there right now. So yeah. Keep talking, guys. Talk to each other. Red's Rhetoric said that I was a flat earther, and I said, you can't know a falsehood. Like, that goes to you guys in the chat as well. You cannot know a falsehood. We call that a paralogism. Do you still want me to explain the argument to you, or is it just Plato chips that doesn't understand it? Is what I said. And then Red's Rhetoric came back and said, but I can know when somebody is spouting falsehoods. I can. Got a good logical system. Bullshit detector. Especially coming from a flat earther who makes flat earth arguments, then they deny being a flat earther in the first place. Well, I'm not aware of any flat earthers making these arguments. The argument, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. I don't think I've ever heard a flat earther say that, and I don't know why that would particularly be a flat earth argument. It's not. It's just as simple as we could make an argument relating to reality. That's as simple as it is. It's not flat earth. It's got nothing to do with flat earth. In fact, that's one of the, when we use that parallel horizontals to measure an elevation change to prove it's not flat. So I don't think a flat earther would ever use that as an argument. So I don't know which arguments he's been taking. Has anyone here been making any flat earth arguments that they can remember? Think of? Anyone? Because I think Red's Rhetoric's been, somebody's been lying to Red's Rhetoric. Doesn't make any sense. So yeah, there's no flat earthers that have made any arguments. I've not been employed by anybody to make any arguments, but we did notice since the beginning of this year when SE went over to Gem Pandas and the Globe gang told us that they have no proof. There is no proof. It doesn't exist on the globe model or within the globe science. They've done away with proof. There's no such thing. So there can be no argument formed. And stating that there is no argument that can be made in favour of the globe is not a flat earth argument either. So I'm not too sure whether Red's Rhetoric or anybody else out there actually understands what an argument is. You can't make a flat earth argument just the same as you could make a globe earth argument in favor of them, because the fact that if all horizontal planes, lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontal planes, lines will be parallel to each other, like they are. That's not a flat earth argument, and it's not a globe earth argument. It's just an argument based in reality. That's it. Simple as we can make it. Like I say, these ideas that come from these people that obviously don't understand simple logic, simple grammar, and simple argumentation. Can't be argued, really. I mean, it can. People can, let's say, deny it, but they can't form an argument to rebut it. We know they have no arguments. So it's really strange. They're left in a really strange place. They want to feel angry and such, but they don't really seem to be able to. Well, they do. They express it in word form in places like Twitter. He says, you are engaged in what we like to call a Motte and Bailey. Now, I didn't know what a Motte and Bailey was. But there's meant to be two simple, a simple argument and a more complicated one. But we tried to make it as simple as possible, so I'm not too sure of where the more complex argument is. It literally, it's as simple as we can make it. The challenge goes out if anybody else can make a more simple argument, then fair enough. Right. What else have we got? Now, this is me talking about the argument because Plato Chips wants me to go on Red's Rhetorics to present the argument. Now, it's pretty simple. I've presented it 2 or 3 times tonight. I can go into more detail for it, but I'm waiting to see whether Plato wants to do it. I think people should be better off doing it for themselves, at least. So Plato says, how do you propose to establish the soundness of your argument without evidence? For example, establishing the soundness of your assertion that the horizon is a straight line. The argument says the plane of the horizon. So the straight line would contain, well, all of the straight lines within the horizontal plane would be straight. And where the evidence is, like I said earlier, anybody can go and get that evidence for themselves. How would you want to see it? The fact that the horizon is parallel to every horizontal, or any horizontal that you could make with any tool, like a level. I don't know. I'm not too sure.
I must say that I don't like this word soundness.
Yeah.
I would like word truth. That truth of argument, not soundness. Soundness for me is like this rhetoric part only, or even sophistical part.
Yeah.
But true, it would be correct.
Yeah, the truth. How do you find the truth of the statement? The horizon is a straight line. Well, for one, you would say that's implied, because the argument states about all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. So you would be assuming that it states all horizontals meaning lines, because that's what you're familiar with. But it says they're parallel to the plane of, which would establish a plane relationship. So the horizontal is a plane. It's not just a line. It's obviously it's a plane with no slope in any direction. And as we know how planes act, they are limitless. They're only ended by the boundaries of the straight lines that surround them. The horizon being one of those boundaries that we see. And yeah, it's a straight. It is definitely a straight. The plane and all of the lines that lie within it. It's straight. Straight, 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 straight. And he's asking us, how do we do that? Well, surely it shouldn't be for us to do it. It's already been done, surely. Unless you don't trust that anybody else that's said that before. Or is it just us? Who knows? But I think there are other people that have established already that all horizontals are definitely parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's a definition. Can't really get around it. And you can check it for yourself. If you don't believe it, don't believe me, go out, get a tool, go and check it. It's simple. And this is he said something about it. I said, your understanding is not really my problem, is it? Could you tell me why you've returned to the arena you've been shamed out of? This is me talking to Red's Rhetoric. I'll say that again. I said, your misunderstanding is not really my problem, is it? Could you tell me why you've returned to the arena you'd been shamed out of? Because I still can't work out why Red's Rhetoric's come back. There is a lot of people that have been around and come and talk to us, not had an argument, not had really any case to put forward. And for some reason, Red's Rhetoric's been out of a play for a couple of years. He got shamed out of it because of the big scam that he doesn't want to talk about. Another form of cognitive veiling that will occur every time anybody mentions it. So that. So I'm still wondering why he's back. So Red's Rhetoric says, you can pretend it's a misunderstanding until the heat death of the universe. Which is quite funny. He's a flat universer. Unfortunately, your dishonesty is entirely transparent at this point. He says, my dishonesty of the simple argument somehow is dishonest. So I'll been giving these people chance. Anyone, it's an open platform. Anyone can come in and explain to everybody in the room as to where I'm being dishonest. Free platform. Anybody can come in. You won't be muted. You'll have the floor. You'll be able to explain to everybody, and it'll be going out live. Off you go. Come round. Explain to me where I'm being dishonest. Because he says it's entirely transparent. So let's see it. As he says, as is your attempt at a non sequitur with your returning to the arena question. He thinks it's a non sequitur, but Wally will tell you right from the beginning when we knew Red's rhetoric was back. We were saying, what's he doing back? Why is he here? That's been the initial thing when Wally was trying to set up the meeting and the conversation with Red's rhetoric. That's Where's Wally of the Wolf Pack, the number 2 in the Wolf Pack. Where's Wally? Where's Wally that was round in this Discord server for like a year solid, 12 hours a day. He couldn't get enough of it. He's gone now. We had to save him. He'll have a bit of spare time to hang about, probably making some memes. I might even show you one. Oh, we did show you one yesterday. He's making his comeback as well in the meme arena. So he thinks that's a non sequitur, me asking why he's come back again. What are all of these? He asked me whether I could state a model, and I said I don't have a model. I have epoche on the matter. I am at peace with it. Does the argument cause you mental anguish? I like to add these extra questions at the end just to... and Red's rhetoric says, if you're not arguing for a model that can make accurate predictions, then what value would you be adding to this conversation? I was just making a simple argument, Reds. We're making them as simple as possible so we can help people hopefully understand. And then, obviously, at this sort of point, the other guys are starting to come in. So far, we've had Brad, the science guy, Plato Chips, Red's rhetoric, and who else do we have here now? You know, and then this is what Simon Templar said. It's where it starts getting here. None. What value would you be adding to this conversation? Right. So these are the Twitter troll group that brought me in here. It says none. Finally, admission from Bev that he's a boneheaded religious zealot who's made peace, otherwise known as I'll never change my mind because I'm ignorant enough to think I know it all. So this, who's made peace, religious zealot. Let me read it again. I say, I don't have a model. I have epoche on the matter. Just, I reserve judgment. You can't tell if the whole, if you've never been to the whole, so you don't know the whole. And then I say, I'm at peace with it. Which means I'm okay. I have epoche. I'm fine. I'm at peace with it. I have no quarrels, no misunderstandings. I quite happy being like that. Now he thinks that's religious zealotry. These people are crazy. And he says, I'll never change my mind because I'm ignorant enough to know it all. No, I said epoche. I'll just, until you can actually know the truth, you reserve judgment. When you know the truth, there's no need to reserve judgment anymore. So, of course, your mind is changed by the fact that you know a truthful statement. Therefore, no more epoche. You know. I feel sorry for people like Simon. And then see the way these logical statements work, the proof is gained by the reasoning process. When you come to the conclusion, everyone will come to the same conclusion, obviously, because it's a proof. The same thing always occurs. It's like within science as well. You do the same things and the same things always occur. So there's a proof. That's why we call them proofs. We don't just make shit up and say that's a proof. They're not, oh, like, oh, did we get that one wrong? Oh, that's not a proof. It never was a proof. So, yeah, a proof is known to be true. So, these the Globe faithful say, how about posting a link to the proof instead of a heap of hashtags and an advert for a Discord server? I always like to promote this Discord server on the level Discord. We have a website. I like to promote that too on the level.live. I like to do as much as we can to help people understand more. So yeah, come on in. The more people coming in, the better it is. Share it out as well if you feel like it. Seems to get these guys a little bit upset. Discord's a good platform. We've just recently got games to play in the voice. I don't know whether anybody's playing any games at the minute. Well, they could be. They could be in the Discord listening to us talking, maybe joining in every now and again and playing the games, chess and poker and all sorts of stuff. Could be great. I've not even had a chance to try it out yet. Been doing this. And then the farmer's boy comes in. The boy of the farmer. He says he's got nothing. He knows that. When he's talking about he, obviously. They're talking about me. He's got nothing. He knows that. So he's doing this for the attention and the delight in pissing people off because he's that kind of asshole. Now, I just, like I say, I make an argument to make it as simple as possible because there are a group of people that say we don't understand. The whole point I'm here is because there are a group of people that seem to react very strangely to truthful statements. Now, I try and stay truthful. I hope everybody would notice, and if I make a mistake, point it out to me and let me know. I try to stay only truthful statements. So if I am mistaken, let me know. People do. We have discussions. People get righted. I get righted in conversations. It happens all the time. But farmer's boy, or the boy of the farmer, seems to get pissed off about it. And I'd say he's a little bit too deep into this. Take a bit of time off, farmer's boy. You need to just chill out and relax. Come and have a discussion. Instead of like talking to your mates on chats like this, talking to Simon about what he's been doing and what he likes to do, come and have a chat with us. Because I've never really had a conversation with Farmer's Boy. I don't know if anybody ever has. So yeah, if anybody ever wants to see Farmer's Boy, ask him that if he wants to come over and have a chat. If he wants to set up some sort of a debate or something, some sort of a discussion, so he can air his grievances that he has. He can right all of the wrongs that I've supposedly done. Let everybody know. Yeah, come and have a discussion. Hopefully we'll sort it all out. You seem to have got something wrong. Something you seem to be mistaken, Farmer's Boy, about something. I know you probably won't listen to this. But Blue Marble, Blue, tell Farmer's Boy to come over and have a chat. And then he says, come on, get it. He's talking to other people about me, right? Other people say something to me, and then Farmer's Boy, the boy of the farmer, says, you know, like SE calls him, Peanut Gallery. He just comments to other people about things. He never has a one-to-one discussion. He seems unable to. He says, come on, get it right. GCSE certificate given in a subject that isn't covered at GCSE level while sitting on an ONC course with flat earth stickers that actually covering nothing. He's so angry. Maybe that's what he's getting pissed off at. The fact that I take pictures of my certificates. I don't know. I thought it was funny. I particularly thought it was funny that I put research flat earth. What are they called? Thingy cards, business cards. On there when I took the picture of a land surveying certificate. I just did it as a bit of like a modern art piece. Because I thought it would be funny to do that. And he thinks I did it to trigger him, piss him off. I didn't know it'd have that effect, Farmer's Boy. I really didn't. I'll see if I can get it. Give me a second. I don't actually know where it is. It should be on my favourites list. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's since Farmer's Boy has shown that. So there you go. It's got Bev here. And then it says land surveying, one subject. Grade A. Look at that, grade A. I was very good at it, surveying. I enjoyed it. It's good fun. But these two business cards here are what? Farmer's Boy. Because everybody's been using this particular thing. Yeah. Apparently that those business cards on that land surveying certificate pissed him off. So, sorry. Blue, if you're there, put your arm round... No, wait a minute, he's in the UK. Rumpus, if you're listening, next time, give him a hug. Tell him it'll be all right. It's just a picture. Just a couple of business cards that somebody happened to put on a land surveying certificate. It's no problem. There's Jesse Kozlowski said he was thankful for the flat earth, the research in flat earth, because it can teach you a lot. When you come into this arena, the first thing you have to learn within researching flat earth is that the earth's not flat. If you don't get that as your first lesson, then I think people are missing out. Lesson number 1 in researching flat Earth is the Earth is definitely not flat. You could say the step 1 would be, here's the difference. There's Earth, the land, and then there's water. They're 2 separate things. And follow on from that is the Earth part isn't flat. Pretty simple. And then you could say the water part has tides and waves, and that's not flat either. And that's a good starting place for you to be at. And apparently, telling people to research that pisses Farmer's boy off. Perhaps his dad would never hear the words research. Don't research. Just get told things and repeat them. Don't ever research. That gets the boys of farmers really upset. So yes, I do have a land surveying certificate, and yes, the boys of farmers, or one particular boy of a farmer, gets really upset when people advise other people to research things. Oh yeah, Belu as well. Belu helped Jesse. I've never done any of that. I've never been inspired by aliens to do anything, so yeah, I'm not. So let me get back to the that little break, because I think it gets a little bit worse. We're going through tweets. Such like 2019. This is Devil's Replacement. I think he's in this Discord, or he was. He might have left. Yeah, that's right. He left. Not he won't have been kicked because he never came in and had a chat. He says, you have badly designed memes, a yours but not yours Discord you live on a Discord. I'm here a lot. If anybody ever wants to get in touch with me, if anybody ever wants to come and have a chat, if anybody has any problems, come on in. Discord on the level. The links are all over the place. They're on any of the videos. I'm posting it on Twitter quite often. It's dead easy. Click the link, come on in. It's a brilliant platform for this sort of thing. You can present information and present all of your stuff within Discord. It's dead easy. It's much easier than Streamlabs and stuff like that. And you can just then bring your live stream like we have here directly through the Discord. Dead easy to do. Dead easy for people to come and join as well. And he says, and no proof arguments tests that aren't obviously wrong or incomplete. Well, yeah, we do have proofs and we do have arguments, and yes, we do tests. All 3 of those we do on this Discord server. More than most, I think. So we have the conversations and we also do these tests and stuff, and we get together. Me and Spot On did one last year. We haven't had much chance to do much this year. It's been a bit of a weird year. Hopefully we can get back to it again, if we're allowed. And he said, they're obviously wrong or incomplete. Again, if they've got any problems with it, if you think there's problems somewhere that we haven't seen, come and let us know. It's no good just saying they're wrong. Come and let us know where they're wrong. You know, what's the problem that you have with them? We might be able to do something then. If we don't know where your problems are, then I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. We literally don't know. And we're not going to make up problems that you might imagine because we don't know what you imagine. If you come in and let us know, then we can definitely do something about that. And then Brad, the science guy, says, this is what evidence looks like. Bev's argument falls flat on its face. Horizontals aren't all parallel. And then he shows a picture of, I think, that may be one of the ones that Jesse Kozlowski handed off to Jeff. That appears that he's got a slanted line and, well, there's lots of straight lines drawn on it. And he does label them horizontal, but they're sloping. He has sloping horizontals. I don't know whether Brad's seen that fatal flaw, or Jesse Kozlowski even noticed that when he was doing it, he was drawing horizontals that were intersecting to each other. Now, it can't be that a strong an argument, really, because Jesse Kozlowski's gone. He can't come out and present this sort of stuff. He's handed it to Brad Wagner. I don't even think he's handed it to Brad. I think Brad's interpreting this and putting it out there. So if anybody wants to know how the globe argument is going to go for geometry and how ridiculous it is, go and see Brad Wagner. He'll point you in the direction of the globe people that can't come and do it for themselves. And then you'll know who's the one that's parroting it. Brad doesn't understand that it's a complete falsehood. He doesn't understand that it's a self-refuting claim. He doesn't understand that it's a stolen concept, fallacy. Because he's been fooled. He's not bright. I don't blame him. There are people out there that are obviously deceivers, and they can deceive people of people like Brad into just repeating things. I think Farmer's Boy's another one of these deceivers, or maybe he's like Brad and he's been deceived, and the reason he can't have a discussion is that he has no proof. He knows there's nothing there. He just has to try and listen to his high priests. I don't think Farmer's Boy is a high priest. I think he's like an altar boy for the greater high priest. Probably Rumpus, or maybe Blue Marble. I don't know whether it could be Rumpus. Rumpus is obviously a character. Who knows what's behind the real Rumpus? But yeah, Farmer's Boy has been fooled just like Brad, the science guy. Hopefully we'll get to talk to some of the globe scientists and the globe geometers and get them to explain it. But I think, like Rob Parks said, it's just contradictory definitions. That's all they've got. Well, where are we at? Oh, this one. Oh, what have we got here? Oh, look at that. Saragakis in the education and science. That's good. Education and Science for the Department of Education and Science. My certificate. It's only a certificate though, right? They don't actually mean anything. But I just used it to show that I actually have some experience of surveying. That's all it was to me. And then this is some Joe will call him. Says he said I got kicked within 10 minutes for politely disagreeing with one of them. He didn't. No, nobody gets kicked from this Discord server after 10 minutes. And he's never been in to have a disagreement. He's bigging himself up to everybody and they can say, oh, you are brave. He never came in. He didn't do that because when anybody does come in, we have a conversation. They normally end up leaving of their own accord for some reason. The only reason it took 10 minutes is for their open and non-judgmental community to hurl abuse before they kicked me. I don't know who would be hurling abuse around here, but they do have a
who
weird...
is this?
It's just some random Twitter person that makes up shit. But there's loads of people like this in the background that just blatantly tell lies to make us look bad. It's defamation. It's I don't know. They try and they don't want people coming here. A bit like Rumpus talking about being censored. Yeah, they don't come
call
here,
you a liar,
and then they call us, yeah, defamation or whatever. It used to be looked upon as being bad, libel and slander, but the modern day internet thing, it's expected. It's been built into the system. These people are allowed to do whatever they want, and they then say, "Well, science." But they've got nothing. They've never had an argument. They never will have an argument, and they can just make up a load of shit, like. The altar boy, farmer's boy, Roger says, Emma's Discord server is a seething cesspit with the vilest scum hanging out there. That's farmer's boy with a blatant lie. When was the last time anybody went to Emma's Discord server? Anyone know? Does anyone even know where Emma's Discord server is and what it's called?
I do.
I do.
Yeah. Is it this one?
No, it's not this one.
Okay. So, Farmer's Boy.
You want that?
Farmer's Boy, you're a waste of space and you're just making up shit because you're pissed off. Because of something we don't know what you're pissed off about. Maybe because I put a research sticker on a land surveying thing and you got really annoyed about it. But that's no reason for you to just blatantly make up a load of rubbish to present to your friends. There's 3 people have liked it at that moment. So they actually clicked it and went, yes, I like that. That's the sort of people we're dealing with. No, Farmer's Boy's never even been in here. Never mind Emma's server.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
He's never talked to anybody. Just a frightened little boy that's hiding behind... insults of other people and making up lies and bullshit. That's what Farmer's Boy does. He's just a child. In the mind, at least, I think. And I think that's why Rumpus is here. Rumpus is the priest. Rumpus is the string puller. Yeah, the father figure for Farmer's Boy. And I think a bit like George was pushed into something with Rumpus. Rumpus was the one that supposedly talked to George every morning and every night time. I originally thought Rumpus might be George's son, but seeing as there's not been an obituary wrote or anything, and he didn't know, I'm guessing that was just whatever. I think Rumpus was just using people. I think Rumpus is pushing Farmer's Boy now. He's causing Farmer's Boy to have more anger towards us, more hatred because of things that other people are saying. There are people that just make up shit. And then they lose sight of the argument. They become blinkered into a narrow frame of something that somebody's pinpointed them at. They've aimed Farmer's Boy around this hatred thing. Probably through Rumpus. People like Rumpus. Rumpus and Blue Marble, Farmer's Boy, and Brad the Science Guy, and Plato Chips. They all sit together, is my idea, and that they're all sort of discussing things about how they can be angry about things that people say and how they can get upset about stuff. And I don't think it's good. You should just drop it, guys. And then, obviously, because after Farmer's Boy just makes a blatant lie, nobody corrects him to tell him, because these guys could just make up whatever they want. Plato Chip says, of the people that hang out at Emma's server, the cesspit with the vilest scum hanging out there, not talking about you guys, obviously, this is Emma's Discord server, and well, I've not been over there. I don't know what you've been doing over in your Discord server, Emma, while we've been over here for the past 6 months
you want to
whatever.
check the logs and make sure he's not been sat over there on his own.
Yeah. Check the logs, make sure they're not doing some shit over there. No, wait a minute, you can't. You kicked all of the vile scum out of there. You wouldn't allow him in there. That's why we had this server anyway. Emma doesn't stand for any shit and bullshit. That's why it's a clean server. Farmers, you should understand this. Unless you are actually think you're calling everybody in this server, you got it that wrong. But I mean, you can't be doing that. Surely not. Why would anybody publicly say that about a group of people they know nothing about? That's disgusting if it is. But I mean, let us know, farmers, if that's what you think. Let everybody know how pissed off you are about a logical argument. About me advising people to research something. To look into it. To find out it's not flat.
I think this is just provocation. Nothing about topic. Just provocation.
Somebody's provoked him into saying that, obviously. Nobody in their right mind would say that on a public platform unless you've been provoked into doing it. Somebody's incited him to say it. I think it's Rumpus again. Let us know, Rumpus. If it is you, don't say anything. Just keep quiet. We'll know then. And Plato Chips comes and says, and a single figure combined IQ. That's if there's 16 people in here. 14 people in now. We've lost.
Yeah, thanks anyway.
That's a single figure. I mean, I don't know whether he works that out.
I've never met any of these people. Not the people that actually talk in this server or.
Well,
recently.
You saw Farmer's Boy from a distance, right? When he ran away with Rumpus.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a chance for him to come over and say, "Hey, how you doing? Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
what are you
Well,
up
let's
to?
have a look through your auto level, see what's happening." No.
Saves us getting one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saves us doing it all. No.
Can we get that footage? Then at least we can show people that we've got some footage for this video that we're meant to be doing. I think that's what it is, right? I think both Rumpus and Farmer's Boy were setting up some sort of a deceitful operation. And we happened to point out and go there when they were doing it. And yeah, I think we wrecked it for them. I think. And I think I think that's why they hate us now. Both Rumpus and Farmer's Boy were trying to do a play to pretend that they'd done something that they didn't. And us just being there on the day that we went there wrecked it, because I think they felt jealous.
Yeah, I remember being taken back by the comment from that other guy that said, "Oh, so you're the enemy?"
Yeah.
And then we were like, "What?"
He introduced himself as the enemy. Hi, I'm the enemy. And we said,
"Oh,
what?
that was it." Yeah.
The enemy of what? I couldn't understand that, how somebody could literally walk up and introduce themselves as that. But yeah, these people do. They imagine. Rumpus is doing the cognitive veiling. He's not listening. He's talking to Paige. Rumpus, I don't know whether you're aware, we've been doing they call it an experiment to see whether we can get rid of the tag. And let me check. Yeah, no tag. There you go. So it's working. Thank you to all of the chat mods. You've obviously been doing your job. And tag free. We discuss reality here, and reality needs no tag to warn people about any sort of obfuscation or anybody making false claims about things. Because we just talk about reality, that's all we're dealing with. So we have took that step out of there, and people like Rumpus and other like that, they keep coming round, but because we're keeping their obsession at bay, we don't have a misinformation tag. Isn't that great? So thank you very much for all of your help, all of the mods. Seems like you've done a good job of it. Obviously, these people are still vile and horrible and calling you names and all of that, but there's no tag. So that's what we're about here, honesty. So if you mods are, if you've had enough of him, you know when to do it, and you've been doing the right thing. So thank you very much. We would like to use the general idea of, though, letting them expose themselves, and you can't let them expose themselves if they're not here. Yeah, there you go. So you're best off letting them talk. But certain people, if they're abusing people, then it has to go. And yeah, Roger Peachy says, take a few members out and that average would go up. So there's some people, he says, that are on Emma's Discord server that are less. They have a minus IQ. That farmer's boy, that's how bright you have to be on the globe side, is to imagine that people can have a negative IQ. And what have we got? So this one, McToon, the Scottish cartoon, he says, Euclid disagrees. Try thinking. Name. He wrote at length about spherical geometry, including spherical triangles. I'll state that again. McToon says, Euclid disagrees. Try thinking. Name. He wrote at length about spherical geometry, including spherical triangles. He wrote at length about spherical geometry, including spherical triangles. Therefore, there's a therefore, spherical triangles are a part of Euclidean geometry. That's McToon, the guy who leads the army of the people that write names after their tags when you're talking to people.
I'm sorry, I need explanation. What, because of my lack of fluent language, what does mean words he wrote at length? What does it, I don't know that expression. What does it mean to wrote at?
A lot. He wrote a lot. You know, a long thing about it. Not like, you know, like triangles. He wrote rectilinear figures are figures contained by straight lines, and trilateral figures or triangles are that by contained by 3 straight lines. That's how much he wrote about triangles. Obviously, he does go through all of the proofs and how to use all of the straight lines to form triangles, but just a triangle, he wrote that about. I don't know. I would love to see how Euclid was writing something about something that is not Euclidean. How he wrote at length about it. I would love to. But this is McToon, and I'm guessing they just say shit like Farmer's Boy. It doesn't actually have to be based on reality in any way. This is on Twitter. They can say whatever they want. And it doesn't really matter because they're talking to me. They don't realise that they're gaslighting an entire group of people that may be like Farmer's Boy. They may be like Brad the Science Guy. They may actually think that he's talking about things that actually happened, which they didn't. But, you know, other people may, or McToon might even be like Farmer's Boy and Brad the Science Guy. There may be some other people higher up that are telling McToon to say this. He might have just made it up himself. Or somebody may be telling him to say it. Somebody may be the puppeteer, you know, saying, oh, yeah, it's definitely, yeah, Euclid definitely did that, yeah. They may be saying that to him, I don't know.
Euclid wrote about spheres, not about spherical geometry.
Yeah, I know that.
That's the trick, this expression.
He wrote at length about spherical geometry. He didn't. Like, that's a lie. He didn't even write at length about how it isn't a thing. There was no need for him to. He wrote, or they wrote, if they were more likely a group of people, wrote it in order to explain how geometry is formed from a line, a point to a line to a plane, to explain the 3D space that we live in, obviously. And yes, a long time ago, but a long time ago, they obviously knew how reality is and straight lines work, perpendiculars. It's not changed. And I say, what have you found? The element says nothing about these things. You should really try thinking. And he says his rebuttal to that is, you truly are a moron. That's as good as it gets from McToon. So that's the backing that he's got for it. No, like, here. None of that. You don't get any of that. Just like a claim from nothing, and then an insult when asked to provide it. I said, where have you found? What have you found? Because I would like to know where Euclid's works went from Euclidean geometry. Maybe book 14. Maybe 14 he went, nah, forget all that. Let's bend straight lines for a bit, eh? Let's have some fun. Who knows? Maybe it was an aside book he was doing. So that's McToon. So this was this morning. And then I think, is this? It starts going into the, because this is Euclid Night, right? And this is where they go to. Devil's Replacement says, who was in here? I think he's left as well, without saying anything. He bravely read the chat for a bit and then left. He says, you know, Euclid wrote a lot of things, brackets, that you apparently disagree with as you ignore them. Again, I'm not too sure. This is one of those gaslighting things where they never actually say what they think they mean, but everybody else gets to imagine that what they mean is really real. So therefore, I don't know. Strange to explain how these guys work, but this is Twitter, right? This is sort of what we deal with in the Discord, but we can get to have a conversation. On Twitter, it's just all sorts of different rules. It's like YouTube comment section rules. Anything goes, except you are confined to short statements. Normally lies from these guys. He says, you apparently disagree with as you ignore him. And he's dead right. You can't marry him despite your love of parts of him. We just used Euclid to explain logic. He says, seriously, your obsession is flawed by balls existing in sports. We can measure shapes of all types. So, Devil's Replacement, who's one of the Twitter geniuses, the globe geniuses, imagines that balls existing in sports proves some sort of spherical geometry. I'm not too sure this guy understands geometry, and he should have been listening to what we're talking about. He should have particularly heard me talking to Ryan at the weekend about spheres are actually within Euclidean geometry. They're solid geometry. Their ball is defined within solid Euclidean geometry, 3 dimensions. That's where balls exist. I don't know what he's talking about. And then Farmer's Boy, always the peanut gallery, comes to support this stupid, unfounded, non-realistic idea that a ball is non-Euclidean. Instead of saying, no, wait a minute, I think you might have got something wrong there. A ball is actually a 3-dimensional sphere, spherical shape. We call it 3D because it exists in Euclidean space, solid. No, he doesn't do that. What Farmer's Boy does is gaslight support from the peanut gallery. He says it's Flurf 101, cherry pick. This is a classic example. Quote the parts of Euclid that seem to back up your delusion. Ignore anything from Euclid that doesn't. Farmer's Boy. Peanut gallery. How's that meant to help?
This is idiotic statement, because in this statement assumes that Euclid somehow contradicts himself in his work. It has to be shown where Euclid contradicts himself. I think it is impossible.
Yeah, I'd go along with that too. Just pointing out that this sort of stuff is the sort of stuff I wake up in the morning to. This sort of stuff, and these guys have all got brave and they all talk together about this sort of stuff. Just mute me mic for a second for the kettle. There you go. Yeah, so he thinks it's my delusion that straight lines form triangles, that triangles only have 180 degrees, that all horizontals are parallel to each other. He thinks that's a delusion, and he thinks it's okay to back up his friend with some sort of I call that a paralogism, right? Where he thinks that Euclid wrote lots of things. Like Euclid wrote a poem to send children to sleep. So therefore that carries the same weight as Euclidean geometry for some reason, or it doesn't work like that. Euclidean geometry is a stand-alone thing. It isn't related to anything else that may have been claimed about Euclid. Euclid wrote optics. It's wrote in a very similar way to Euclid and the geometry, but it's not geometry, and nothing within Euclid's optics could or would ever contradict the geometry. There would be no reason for it to. So I don't understand their thinking other than model affliction. That's the only reason I can think that Farmer's Boy is doing this sort of stuff. He's just misunderstanding. Again, he seems to be a bit upset just recently, does Farmer's Boy. And I think it's because people like Rumpus have been pushing him. Because there are people now in the background that should be coming and talking to us. But they can't because they're shy, or they know they've got bullshit arguments. They know they have no argument. They know they've been gaslighting their friends, and they just can't say it. They can't say, look, I may not have been entirely honest, or yeah, we don't have any rebuttals to what Bev's saying, and yeah, we may have embellished certain things about what we know, and yeah, well, Euclid didn't actually do that, but we can imagine all of that sort of stuff. They can't say that, and they can't come and talk to us either. So what they need to do is they need to convince another group of people on their side that they are actually correct. They do actually have an argument. And then these people that aren't quite bright are then the ones that are stepping up. Like Farmer's Boy here. He's not actually stepping up. And he's not actually talking to me about any of this stuff. He's always helping these people in the background with their delusions. He's reinforcing it and going, yeah, I think that too. Nobody's ever saying, are you sure that's right? It doesn't sound reasonable, that. It doesn't quite fit. Because you're not allowed to say that. You have to help each other. And that's what Farmer's Boy particularly does. He just peanut gallery support for other delusional people. And he just comes along and says, yeah, I'm like that too, don't worry. There's quite a few of us that are like that, but there aren't as many as you think, as we are starting to point out. Not as many that are this obsessed with this particular argument or whatever. Farmer's Boy's like really, really obsessed. I've got another one. There's only a few more of these and then we can get into a conversation. Bring everybody else into one. This guy says, do planes with no depth exist in reality? No. You seem to cite them constantly. If those are valid, then so is spherical geometry. And now that's globe reasoning for you. And then, obviously, they're coming along at similar times. He says, it doesn't matter if spherical geometry is Euclidean, Pythagorean, or proboscidean. Proboscidean. That sounds fancy. I've never even heard of that before. The fact is spherical geometry exists. He says it's a fact that spherical geometry exists. Now, I don't know if people are quite aware of spherical geometry, particularly this guy is talking about drawing lines on balls. He thinks that's spherical geometry. He's not. They're not bright, and nobody's told them that that's not what you do in order to do spherical geometry. And spherical geometry doesn't actually exist. It's conceptual entirely. Nobody's told them that. Nobody's told them that the only geometry that actually exists is Euclidean geometry. That's the way we explain things with straight lines. 3 dimensions on 3 axes that are all perpendicular to each other. Everybody knows what I mean. Can you imagine not that? Not that existing and you thinking of something else. No, not that. That's what we're talking about here. He says, besides the fact Euclid wrote about spheres. Yeah, he did. I think it's definition 14, book 11, solid geometry. You think there's been no advances in geometry in the past 2,300 years. You're delusional. bevel. He thinks bevel's funny. The geometry that existed 2,300 years ago, probably before that, time immemorial, right? Geometry was always there. It's not like anybody invented it. It's just a use of describing reality. Reality was there first, then we came up with a way to describe it. And a way to describe it built on an axiomatic system that had no other influences into it. Literally formed from nothing. With natural implications using predetermined, self-evident axioms to start off with, to base your understanding on, and a load of rules, and then all of the propositions, the proof on proof on proof on proof, to be everything that we understand about Euclidean geometry. All of that exists, never changed. They've gone on and built on top of that, but can you really build on top of that? You can just use different ways to describe it. You can add a number form into it, but there was no numbers in Euclidean geometry for a reason. They want to make it as simple as possible, built up on something. There's no way of bringing numbers into an axiomatic system. You can do that after in the application of geometry in the real world. The practical application of it can use length distances, and then you can apply trigonometry, all sorts of other things that are based on the original Euclidean geometry that never changes. What these guys are talking about is not that geometry. And so far they're saying, well, just not that. And getting it badly confused.
But Bev, you don't know anything about this.
Well, there you go. See, there you go. You do, though.
Sure, yes, you can bring numbers into an axiomatic system.
Yeah, of course you can. No, you can make your numbers have their own axiomatic system. The common notations go through all through the number system as well. That's obvious, but that's separate. It's not within Euclidean geometry. Geometry has no number system to it. It's purely geometric. It's a pure geometry, isn't it? You can bring numbers in for the application of it in reality. Right? Is that, can we get a yes, Brenda? We can get an agreement? We can add numbers to it. To those straight line distances, they can have a line and put a number system to it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I'm doing other things. I'm having some supper.
Okay. So was that a yes? Yes, we can apply numbers and the number system for the length of unit to apply to the triangles and the dimensions of things like circles to derive pi, which you're so fond of. That's where we get 3.142, blah, 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 right? Because of the injection of numbers system into that. Now, that number system of pi wasn't in Euclid, was it? It came afterwards once the addition of numbers came into the geometric understanding.
Pi is just a ratio. What are you talking about, number systems?
Yes, so it means Euclid didn't use numbers because numbers don't prove anything. And his work is based on proofs. So why he should use numbers if he cannot prove anything with numbers? So they were just useless in his geometry.
So you can't prove anything with numbers. What do you mean by that?
Yes, it means
within geometry, Brenda.
No, he said you can't prove anything with numbers. You want to correct him, Bev?
Go on then, carry on. But try and stick this to the actual
I'll let you
conversation
do
that
it.
we had going beforehand.
All I know is that paper said you can't prove anything with numbers. Do you want to correct him, Bev?
We're talking about geometry, Brenda.
Yes, we
I
are
think that
talking
was
about
pretty clear, wasn't
geometry.
it? Why do you think Euclid did not use numbers in the Euclidean definitions, axioms, propositions? Why do you think he didn't use them, Brenda? Go on. Because he made every one of the proofs without numbers, didn't he? He didn't need numbers.
Proof doesn't require numbers at all. You can prove
There you
things
go.
with just words. You can
There you
use
go.
just, you don't have to have geometry even.
Brilliant.
Hey, Brenda, can we quote you on that proving stuff with words? Can we quote you there?
Yeah, it's called,
Not
Okay,
the
sorry,
globe, right?
You-
Not the
Thank you, I
globe, though.
appreciate that.
Rob, it's called the predicate calculus.
Mm-hmm. So we can prove things without numbers and just words. That's good.
Thanks, Brenda.
Thank you very much, Brenda.
Logic deals with variables, P and Q, for which you can put anything. You can put sentences in those. You could put numbers in there, right? It's an abstract formalism.
Yeah, but we were talking about without numbers.
Yeah. Particularly, you said without numbers. You can prove things without numbers.
Yes.
Which I agree with, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
All
you
men
can
are
prove
born-
that all horizontals are parallel.
You could.
I love it
if
when we're
you
all in
have to
agreement.
You have to define horizontal, which Euclid didn't do, did he, Bev?
No, do you have to use Euclid when you make proofs without numbers, with words? Is there some sort of stipulation that Euclid has to have done it, or can anybody make proofs without numbers and just words?
Socrates
think-
was a man. All men are mortal. Socrates is mortal. Prove something.
Did
about words.
Euclid do that? Did Euclid write that?
No, that was
Oh,
Aristotle.
well, so that when that same thing goes then applies for the all horizontals, right? Euclid didn't write it, so why are you bringing it up? Or can we just say anything, right, with words to make a proof?
You can say anything. You could say green is blue.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it's true.
But you can say if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. Can't you? You can say that.
You need to define those
I can
terms.
say it. I can say it though, can't I?
But the problem is that you leave those terms undefined, Bev.
Which terms? Let's come to terms, Brenda, about this. Do you agree with the guy on here that says, have you ever kicked a football, Bevel? The fact that balls exist proves that spherical geometry must exist. He thinks that spherical geometry is a way to measure balls. Do you agree with that? Or would you correct him? Or would you just sort of let it go? Would you be like Farmer's Boy and pat him on the back and say, yeah, they're a horrible group of people over there, aren't they?
Well, that everybody knows that. That's why nobody comes to your room except for me and maybe a couple other people.
Oh, Farmer's Boy was talking about Emma's Discord server. Have you ever been on that one? Obviously not talking about this room. there's loads of people that are in here that haven't even said anything, so you can hardly call them vile and horrible and disgusting like that. Like, or
This
I
is
mean,
Emma's-
you could, couldn't you? You could say anything you wanted, like you do.
This is Emma's Discord server, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay. No, so you need to.
Did you
define
think
your
this was
term.
Emma's Discord server? I think it's
Yeah.
been pretty clear that it's not Emma's Discord server. I don't think Emma's ever claimed this is her Discord server or anything. I'm pretty sure we've said outright it's my lad's Discord server. Did you not know that? I'm pretty sure we've said that. Maybe you've not been round here asking those questions. Maybe there's somebody out there that's talking shit that you're just listening to and going, oh, yeah, that sounds good. And never bother coming and asking us like a normal person would. But, I mean, whether you're bothered about talking truth or just repeating shit that other people have told you, it's a personal opinion, really, isn't it?
By the way, Logos familiars can see who is owner, who is admin and mod. I think everyone can see that. So what's the problem to recognize who is owner?
I just usually don't care about those things.
But you wouldn't correct anybody, or will you correct people from now on? Would you go over to Farmer's Boy and say, Farmer's Boy, you know that shit you're talking about Emma's Discord server? Perhaps it's absolute bullshit. Perhaps you're making up shit that doesn't even make any sense, and you've been fooled and misled by somebody. Do you think you'd do that to Farmer's Boy? Or do you think you'd go to the person who's talking about that shit? Or it could be Farmer's Boy that's making it up. But do you think somebody else might have told him? Like, who was it that told you that it was Emma's Discord server? Because they were the ones that misled you. Wasn't us. We've never said that.
You think somebody misled me? Is that what you think?
Well, did you make it up that you thought this was Emma's Discord server? Or did somebody tell you that this was Emma's Discord server? Where did the thought, the wrong thought, come into your head that this might be Emma's Discord server? Did you make it up?
She's been in here before, and I thought she had admin powers.
Just on that basis?
Yeah.
That makes it owner. Does it?
So what?
I don't know.
about
I don't particularly
definitions?
care either.
I am curious about definitions. This horizontal definition, horizon definition, and I'm
The
very
terms.
curious.
Yes, let's get back to that. Now we know that this definitely isn't Emma's Discord server, and that was a load of shit that Farmer's Boy's been spreading around that you may or may not have picked up on. You may have been the originator of it. We don't know. But let's forget that, since now we know it's not Emma's Discord server. Let's come to the terms of the argument, right? What have we got? Horizontal, horizon, parallel, and plane.
So what is the argument? What's the first premise?
If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P. Yeah?
Well, we don't need a if. We can just say.
You said what's the first premise, and I said if, because it's an if-then statement. Modus ponens.
Okay. So the statement is all parallels.
No, that's the conclusion.
All horizontals are parallel to
If
the plane of
all
horizon.
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Then
Yeah. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
So have you defined what a horizontal is?
Do you want me to?
Well, that would be necessary.
Okay,
wouldn't
well,
it?
I thought it was a clear understanding. It's a plane in the horizontal position with zero slope in any direction, with no part being neither higher nor lower than any other part on it.
Yeah, you can't have the word in the definition that you're defining, so that won't work.
What?
You can't have a word, the word
Which
you're
was the
defining.
word? Which was the word that I had in it
Maybe
that
if
was
you wrote these
defining
down,
horizontal?
maybe if you wrote these down, your errors would be more obvious to you. You said horizontal.
I said horizontal is a plane in the position that has no part higher or lower than any other part of it.
Oh, so you changed it.
Mm-hmm. I did say in
Yeah,
the
because you
horizontal
realize-
position, just to give you a bit of a better help, so you might be able to comprehend what I was talking about.
So you realized your error then, and you made a change then, right?
It's in the horizontal position, just to help you out, but with no slope and
You can't
no
say that.
part higher or lower than any other.
You can't say it's in the horizontal position.
Okay, well,
as a
let's get that
definition.
out. And then, okay, horizontal plane is a plane in the position that has no slope at any part of it, and no part of that plane is neither higher nor lower than any other part of it. How's that?
Yeah, now you're going to have to define slope.
Rise over run. No, rise over run.
And you're going to have to define those two then.
What, rise over run?
Yeah. What is rise?
A vertical change in distance.
And
How
you're going to
dumb are
define
you?
vertical?
Pardon?
This is how logic works. It's very
No, it's
logic.
not. This isn't.
Yes, it is.
No,
Logic
it isn't.
is
This is how.
logic and-
This is the mind of a globe fanatic works, Brenda, and you're doing
No,
very
this is-
well at helping us.
This is how mathematics in general and logic in particular is. It's
Mm-hmm.
very particular. It's very particular about what we're talking about.
Well, do you know how to measure a plane in the particular position without any slope?
So a
In
slope
reality.
is a rise, and a rise
Yeah.
is in the vertical direction,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
So we're
No
gonna
change in height. Yes.
You're going to have to define that now too. Every time you introduce an undefined
What,
word,
a zero height? How do you
have to
define a
define.
zero of something?
you obviously it would be the numerical value of something, right?
Okay, so we
Right.
get a tool, right? Do you know how water? Do you know what water is? Are you
Well, you're
allowed?
gonna
Are we
have to
allowed to use
define-
water, Brenda?
You're going to have to define height.
Okay, well, I'm going to
Right.
try. I'm going to try and do that now, right? In the vertical position, right, but with zero vertical change. So, as you imagine with water, if there is a flow of water, then there is water at a higher elevation than the other part because the water is flowing. So without any flow to the water substantiates a even level. That means there is no vertical change.
There's a problem there. You've introduced level, which is the term that we're talking about. So you can't go that way.
They all
How about-
substantiate each other, Brenda. These go back and they fold back on themselves, rather
Yeah,
like
that's
an
called-
axiomatic system.
Yeah, no,
proof
that's
on
called-
proof on proof. You can relate
That's not
back
how-
to them.
That's not how logic works. Logic is not circular, or at least valid and sound logic is not circular.
Okay.
I understand that you want it to be circular, but it's not.
Okay,
How
well,
about
we'll
we
go
just-
back to the simple one then, right?
about
About
we just
two
val-
straight lines that
val-
are parallel to the same straight line. They are necessarily parallel to each other. What about that one? When we start
how
off with
about-
simple things like
I
that,
don't-
or would you be wanting to hear about straight line definition, parallel definition, or are you okay with those?
We still
Are
need
you
to
okay with a
decide-
plane?
No, I'm.
You're not
we're
okay with a plane. You don't know what a plane
We're
definition
still,
is.
we're still
We're coming
deciding
to
what
terms.
we're still deciding what horizontal means about.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you said we have to come to terms. We're trying to come to terms about horizontal, but then you seem to have problems about other words.
You seem to be
That when we're
panicking.
trying to defend or describe something that you want us to describe, you then want us to use other words to describe them. But
Right.
you will need those describing too, because you sound like you don't understand.
Right.
Okay,
So
let's go again.
How
then.
about
Let's
how
go
about
again.
that we define horizontal as orthogonal to vertical?
How would you define vertical, and how would you define orthogonal?
Vertical is established by a plumb line.
What's a plumb bob? You need to define a plumb line.
Yeah, a plumb line is any weight attached to the end of a string, which is points in the downward direction on the earth, right? So it points down. That's establishes
Just
a vertical
down.
line. Yeah.
The
It
vertical
establishes
just goes down.
Down. It can go either direction, down or up.
Okay.
That would be your zenith.
Okay. So it's a straight.
You're
Can
introducing all
we
these
apply
words.
straight
Come on.
from up and down?
Vertical is a straight line established by a plumb.
Okay, so
Plumb
it's
line.
definitely straight.
What's
And
straight?
horizontal is established by being perpendicular to a vertical.
Okay, so that's straight too.
Yes,
Can
horizontal
Okay,
lines.
brilliant.
Why it's
So-
okay for Brenda to use all
Yeah,
these
it's all right.
different
It's
terms
okay. We're
without
coming to a
defining them?
definition of horizontal, so we can definitely understand that horizontal is a plane, right? Because it's perpendicular
I
to
know
a
that we're all going to get to
straight.
the same place, but it's just ridiculous that
Yeah, everybody can see that Brenda was being a
Try
fussy
harder, I
arsehole,
care
and
less.
now Brenda thinks it's okay to do whatever Brenda wants because Brenda can redefine these terms. But at least we're coming to an understanding of what horizontal is. It's a plane. Now, is there
No,
any slope?
No, a horizontal is not a plane.
You said it's perpendicular to a
Yeah.
vertical, which is a straight line.
Can a line be perpendicular to another line?
It's perpendicular to a plane, obviously.
No,
A
can
vertical
a line be
is.
perpendicular? Can a line be perpendicular to a line? Of course it can.
Yeah, but it's a plane. It's a perpendicular to a. You said a
said that
string,
yet.
a plumb bob.
You
You were
haven't said
talking
that
about. Brenda, you were talking about a plumb bob, a string. Perpendicular to that straight line is a plane.
A plumb
It's a
bob
plane,
establishes-
Brenda. You can't get around it. You can't start redefining
There's
these things.
plane.
Perpendicular
decided
to
what
a
a plane is.
vertical is a plane because
No,
it has
no.
no slope in any direction. It's perpendicular 360. Not 540, not 720, 360. One plane around the one
Yeah.
vertical that you established by a plumb bob.
Lines can also have zero slope, Bob.
Yeah,
you have to be-
every line within that horizontal plane will have zero slope. Yes. But you established a horizontal plane
Well, you haven't
perpendicular
established
to
every
a
line.
plumb bob.
Yes,
Yeah, you can't
Brenda,
prove.
Brenda,
you haven't
you are
proven. You have to prove that every
No.
line in that horizontal plane would have zero slope.
Brenda, you are wrong because if you have a line perpendicular to that vertical, you can just rotate this line around, creating plane. This line will still be perpendicular to vertical. You can
Yeah, but
just rotate.
you have to name the. You have to clearly delineate these things.
A
I know it's
horizontal
frustrating.
plane, Brenda. Exactly. That's what you've just done. And I thank you for it. We do it around
Be
a
a
plumb
line.
bob.
We could talk about a line also, couldn't we? lines could also be
Every plumb bob will always be perpendicular to the horizontal plane, and all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will also be vertical. That's the way it works. That's geometry. Now we've got that one sorted. So we now know what horizontal is, Brenda.
So we know that we use a plumb line to establish a vertical.
No,
And
a
then-
vertical, yes.
And then,
And we use a level to establish a horizontal.
and then a horizontal plane is defined as perpendicular to that line.
You define it as perpendicular to that line.
What do you think? Do you think it's acute?
I think a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal
No, but
plane.
do you think that the plane is at an acute angle or an obtuse angle?
No, like you said, a plumb bob is a tool for establishing your vertical. Well, I say a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. It's sort of
I don't
similar
know
to the
about
way
that.
you do it, except
don't know why you're
you
inserting
don't
that.
understand what a horizontal is.
Oh, I do.
Unless
I do
you
know.
see a plumb bob. Well, I know what a horizontal is without seeing the plumb bob. But I know that the plumb bob will always be perpendicular to the level.
Plumb bobs establish a vertical, and then from that vertical, we can establish either a horizontal line or a horizontal plane. The plane will be perpendicular to the vertical line at a point.
Yeah, but we have a water level that establishes a horizontal plane, and there
and,
is no
you know,
plumb
I
bobs
don't-
related to it.
I don't know why you want to need.
They don't come with plumb bobs. So I'm just explaining to
you have
you
to-
that we don't need plumb bobs in order to establish a horizontal
Yeah,
plane. But I know it's okay. We'll go with yours, right?
Yeah,
Because
let's just
seeing
go with plumb
all plumb bobs will be perpendicular to the level. Every one of them, right? Because that's the way you've
plane.
defined it that way.
Yeah, I don't think you can deduce that from what we have so far. What we have
You've
so far,
defined it that way.
No, I haven't. I've said you get
Is
a
it?
vertical.
Can we take that as an axiom
Bev,
or a
stop
definition?
interrupting
The
me.
perpendicular.
Bev, stop interrupting me. Right? Try to
We
hold
know
yourself
what
together.
perpendicular is anyway.
Try to be
That's
a little
definition
bit of
10.
an adult. Right? So I just want to review. We have a plumb bob establishes a vertical. From the vertical, we can establish a horizontal plane, which is perpendicular to the vertical line at a point. Right? Do we agree?
It's not perpendicular at a point. That's
How
ridiculous.
wide is that point?
Points don't have width.
So what's the horizontal then?
But the horizontal,
Horizontal
is
is
a
a
line.
plane.
How wide is
Planes-
it?
Planes.
So how wide is that plane?
Well, we in geometry, a plane can have infinite width and breadth, can't it?
So where is it perpendicular to vertical on that infinite width horizontal?
We can just call that zero.
Well, what zero?
Where?
We can call the point, which is the intersection of the vertical line with the plane. We can just call that zero.
So there's zero horizontal?
What are you talking about?
You're saying that the horizontal is perpendicular to that vertical
No,
only at one
we
point.
get out. We got a little piece of masking tape and we put it on the plane and we write in there zero. That's for the point.
Where's
That's
where is
for
that
the-
on an infinite plane?
it's where the plane intersects the vertical.
But you said it intersects, it's perpendicular to vertical.
It's perpendicular to the vertical line at that point. And we're just going to call that
And it's
by
a plane.
convention. By convention, we're just going to call that point zero,
So where on that plane is that 0 point?
where it intersects with the vertical line. Yes.
Can I just give you definition 10 just for anybody not up to date with this, seeing as we're coming to terms. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. Now,
Yeah, they're 90
as that
degrees,
says,
right?
yeah, you need
Yeah, they're
90
90
degrees.
degrees.
So how do you measure an angle at a point? Oh, you can't. You need two straight
What do you mean?
lines. So therefore, your point perpendicular is a load of bullshit.
Yeah, because you
What are you
can't measure
talking
the
about?
distance.
That doesn't make any sense.
You need
Yes, it
straight
doesn't make any
lines.
sense.
No, you
You
can
need-
you can measure with a plane. Why can't you use a plane?
Where's
are you
your
throwing,
zero
are you
point
throwing the plane
plane?
away?
To measure,
Where's
to
your
me-
where's your plane at point 0?
Point 0 is where the plane intersects the vertical line.
yes, and this is the point
But
where
vertical is
you
perpendicular to horizontal.
And horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Yes.
Right.
oh,
What's
whole
the
So
problem?
where?
What's the
How-
problem here? What's the problem?
whole plane is perpendicular to this vertical, not point.
No, it's only
whole
perpendicular
plane.
to the vertical at that point.
No, this is.
Oh,
This is
you haven't proved. You have to
this is
prove the
this
general
is
case.
Soletism. Yes, I can prove that you are wrong because at that point of intersection you cannot measure angle.
Of course you can. You
I
can
might
measure angles at
see where
intersections.
Brenda's going with
No,
this.
you
can.
I
have
might see where
to
Brenda's
measure
going. So-
angle. You have
You
to
can't measure the angle between a plane and a line. Of course you can. Don't be
line.
silly.
Yes,
Paper
but
one
How
not-
long is that plane? And how long
But-
is the line?
The,
And
the
how long
line
is your
is
plane?
infinitely long, and the plane is infinite in breadth and
Let Mobius go. He's not around
I'm sorry.
that often,
I'm
so let
sorry.
Mobius have a shot.
So I think I understand where you're coming from, Brenda. You're saying that the perpendicularity, the relationship is at that point. But let's say I take a vertical 3 feet from that point on that infinite plane, that infinite horizontal plane.
right.
Are you saying that vertical won't be perpendicular?
You can construct a perpendicular to the plane at another point away from the
You're,
first.
you're not
vertical.
answering my question.
Just
Please
try
just-
not to answer me.
please just
Try
answer
not
the
to
question.
interrupt. Try not to
Try
interrupt.
to answer the question.
No, allow me to finish my sentences. I
Try
was
to
going
answer
to.
the question.
Yeah,
You're not
allow
even
me.
addressing it.
Yeah, you're not allowing me to speak.
Well, you're not
So-
even addressing the question.
Well, let me know when I get to speak.
Well, let me know when you're going to answer the question that I actually asked, and not
I'm
one
going
that you
to
want
answer
me
you.
to
I'm
ask.
going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. Right? So we have
I doubt
Answer
it,
him.
but go ahead.
a vertical line, right?
There you go.
Mhm.
We've got one there for you to look
So,
at.
I'm
It's
not
a
gonna be
where's
allowed
what
to-
there's a where's Wally meme that should be able to help you use the A, B,
Yeah, I'm not
D,
interested.
C, and
I'm not
E, F.
interested.
Please use those lines
No, I'm not
to
interested.
explain
I'm not
because that's
interested.
particularly what Mobius is talking about. Right,
So if
go
you're
on.
not going to
Carry on.
allow me to speak, I'm just going to leave, Bev.
Well, I'm just saying use it. It's on screen now if you want to
No,
use
I'm
it.
not
for the
going to
people
use it.
listening.
I'm not going to. I'm going to use my own example. Right. So we have used a plumb bob to establish a vertical line,
EF.
and then from that vertical line, we've created a horizontal plane which is perpendicular to that line.
AB.
So then Mobius wants to say, well, 3 feet away from that first line,
CD.
we're going to construct another perpendicular that's 90 degrees to the plane.
CD.
It does not follow that second line is vertical.
Yeah, it does. They're labeled
No, it
vertical
doesn't.
1 and
You
vertical
can't-
2.
No, it doesn't follow. It
Yeah,
does
it
not
does.
follow.
Absolutely.
Let me understand you correctly, Brenda. Are you saying that it's impossible to establish more than one vertical on any particular
No, I'm
horizontal
not saying that
plane?
at all. I'm not saying that at all. I think you can. I
Well,
think
well,
you can-
well, try to understand what I'm asking you, so that you can actually answer whether or not I'm understanding what you're
this
telling me.
Honey, this is like 6th grade math.
Wait.
I
What did you
understand
just
this.
say?
You're not understanding.
Wait,
This
wait,
is
wait.
like
What did you
Called you,
just call
called
me?
you honey.
honey. I called you
Honey.
That's weird.
Sugar cookies.
Don't do
Is
that,
sugar
please.
cookie around?
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys were that close.
I think it's
why
sugar
not?
cookie will have been tickling
can
balls
get-
and all
You
that
guys
sort of
can
shit.
get worried about sexuality and stuff like that.
Brenda
Honey.
is
Who
going
who
away,
said anything about
going
sexuality?
away from topic. Going away
Yeah,
away
why are
from
you getting
topic.
so
Don't allow.
deviated from what we're talking about?
Don't allow
Clever
just
tactics.
A friendly. Don't
Yeah.
allow
Tactic.
a friendly. Don't allow a friendly statement.
How
to-
about
to
you
take you off
answer the
course.
question?
I am.
How about you answer the question?
You can establish an infinite number of verticals.
Yeah, will they all be perpendicular to that infinite horizontal plane?
To the first one,
What do you
Yeah.
mean to the first one?
Yes,
Well-
the horizontal plane that you
The
established.
horizontal plane that you established with A vertical.
Yeah. Will
All,
they
all
be?
verticals be perpendicular to that horizontal plane?
I don't know.
You said you
haven't
can
proved-
establish
You
infinite
haven't
ones,
Doesn't
right?
know.
You
Doesn't know.
That would be
I
something
don't know
you
what
would
you're
have
here
to
for, then,
prove.
Brenda. Not got a clue why you're here.
That you would
Yeah.
have to prove. You would have to prove that they're all perpendicular with each other, or what
Yeah.
is it? Parallel.
Brenda,
with
what
each
you
other.
want to do is have a
No.
look in the chat, and Wally's
Yeah,
done a
I
meme.
don't care.
At the bottom half of that is what
Yeah,
we
Bev.
call Saragaki's perpendicular proof.
Yeah, Bev,
So
this is-
if you want the proof, it's right there. You
This
can
is
read it and
element-
everything. It's got
I
all of
understand,
the
Bev.
proofs, all in a sequential
understand,
system.
Bev.
You can definitely understand it.
Don't care. Don't care.
It's
This
a little
is
bit
element-
geometric, right? And
Don't care.
logical, maybe
Don't
for
care,
you,
Bev.
maybe a bit much.
You
I
don't
know,
care about understanding what you're
No.
trying to talk about?
This is
That's kind of a
elementary-
weird approach.
This is elementary. This is elementary school. So
That
no,
you
It is
don't care
elementary,
about.
and you're not caring about what
No.
you're trying to say.
no.
that's
I
weird.
understand perfectly what I said. I can do this with my eyes
But you
closed.
just said you don't care to
Mhm.
understand what you're
I don't
talking
care
about.
what I don't care where Wall.
You don't
where's
call
Wally
about the
set?
actual. No. You don't care about the actual mathematical geometric proof.
I haven't even looked at that.
Well, that's what I was telling you to look at, because it would aid
care.
you in what you're
Don't
talking
care.
about. I know you just said you don't
I
care.
don't care.
Yet again. So you
I'm
don't
doing it-
care about the actual mathematical geometric proof for perpendicularity.
Yeah. Again, this is elementary school. I don't need.
It
help
is,
from where's
yes, it's
Wally.
there. It's not
I
where's
don't
Wally.
need help.
It's not
I
where's
don't need
Wally. It's Saragaki's
need
perpendicular proof, but it is a mathematical proof, an actual, real mathematical
again,
proof
I
that
don't
you don't
care.
care about. Yes, we know.
We're just trying.
There's a
to-
lot
we're on
of
the-
people like you, Brenda, that don't care
How many
about
times
this.
are you going to say you don't
we're on the
care,
first
Brenda?
we're on the first premise, and you're tripped up by elementary school geometry.
Hmm.
Okay, talk about first premises. Let's talk about first principles.
Let's talk about horizontal.
Hmm.
Yes,
Okay.
Brenda, you
Which is
said
what-
you said that this vertical is perpendicular to plane.
The
Not-
plane is perpendicular to the vertical line that's established by a plumb.
Yes, so
plumb
if it is a plane and this plane is perpendicular,
to
it
to the
means
vertical.
that a vertical, you can create any vertical at any point.
What?
This is implication.
No, not on. No. Not
Yes.
on the
It's a
horizontal.
vertical. Where's the vertical on an infinite horizontal plane then?
It's not constructed on the plane.
Where would it be?
We're talking about the
you
Earth,
found the plumb
right?
You
No,
found-
we
you
are
found the
talking
plumb
about
bob.
horizontal
You've
plane.
established
No,
the
we're talking
horizontal
about the
plane
Earth.
at that
Never
point,
brought up Earth.
right?
Yes, we did when
You've
we talked
established
about
a
a plumb
horizontal-
bob.
No, we
You've
are talking.
established a horizontal plane at that point, right?
Plumb bobs only work on
Have
the
you
Earth.
established a horizontal plane at
No.
that point?
Plumb bobs don't work in space, dude.
You don't want to answer me, do you?
Yes.
They
in
only
space.
work where we live, where we are. And
They only
every
work-
time we do, it will be perpendicular to level. Level is obviously perpendicular.
you
It
haven't
must
proven
be
any
a
of this.
straight line in the horizontal position.
Plumb bobs only work in the presence of a gravitational field.
It doesn't matter here. We have
Yes, it
vertical
does.
and
It matters a lot.
No, it is not in the argument. It is not in the argument.
Yes,
So-
it is. By using in virtue
It's
of-
not,
in
Brenda.
virtue of using
You've
a
brought
plumb.
it in. You've brought something else in with a big wheelbarrow full of your what do we call it? Your models brought it in. You just afflicted by it. You can't keep it separate to the
Okay.
argument.
All right, so we're not allowed to use a plumb bob?
With horizontals. Where did that
We're
come
not
from?
allowed to use a plumb bob? If we're not allowed to use a plumb bob, you can't establish what horizontal is.
Of course I can.
It
No, you
is
can't.
You
Yeah, of course you can.
established that. Brenda, you did that. You said that
Yeah.
vertical is perpendicular to horizontal plane. That's your
Right, because
words.
horizontal
Yes.
is not defined in Euclidean geometry.
This is plane. So we know
Is-
what
isn't that-
geometrical
Is that
plane
correct,
is.
paper? Is that correct?
It's
Plane.
Is a
stupid
plane-
argument,
Plane.
Brenda.
Correct.
Is a
horizontal-
plane. Is a plane. Yeah.
Is horizontal defined in Euclidean geometry? No, it isn't.
Is a plane
It is a
defined?
plane.
No.
You know
Is
what
it,
means
is it
plane?
horizontal? So you're
Plane.
not going to answer. You're not going to
It,
answer.
it
right?
does, we know that this plane is perpendicular. And we
Well, perpendicular is defined. Yes, you can
yes,
have.
so vertical.
can have-
yes, Brenda, wait a second. Vertical, plumb.
Vertical, that's not
plumb,
defined.
yes, plumb, established by plumb, has
Oh, you're bringing plumb in
perpendicular-
now. Are you bringing plumb in now?
Why? You brought plumb line.
Well, but I tossed it out when you objected. People were objecting, so I tossed it out.
Don't be
You're
tossing.
tossing
Don't
it
be
out.
tossing plums, Brenda.
No
So
one tossed
when you
out.
toss it out, that means that
No.
you can't define horizontal anymore.
No. I am just doing what you did because this is your words. So vertical has perpendicular plane, and this plane is called horizontal.
Yeah, I don't know what a vertical is then. If I'm not allowed to bring in plumb, I can't establish a
So
vertical.
now you don't know, and now you
right.
don't.
We are
need
getting
to
away from
watch
the argument, though, right?
this
Because
picture.
now we're talking about
Well, it's
verticals.
because you don't want to admit of plumb bobs that plumb bobs only work in the presence of a gravitational field.
It doesn't matter in the argument.
I think it does.
No, because we are talking about geometry. We are talking about
No,
straight
we're
line,
not.
vertical straight line, and perpendicular plane.
We're not talking
we
about
did.
geometry. We're not talking about geometry because horizontal is not defined in Euclidean geometry. So
We
you're
ca-
not talking about geometry.
We call this this plane horizontal because
You can
it is
call it whatever you want, but that doesn't mean it is.
it is perpendicular. to
And
ho-
it
to
can
vertical.
be, and a plane can be perpendicular to a line, and they can be in any position. There's an infinite number of orientations. The plane and the line can be.
Do you know what
in
the
and
horizontal
still be
orientation is,
perpendicular.
Brenda?
Is that defined by Euclid?
Does it have
it's
to
not-
be defined by Euclid? Everything
Yeah.
now, Brenda.
Yes.
Well, is a plumb bob defined by Euclid, Brenda?
I don't think it is
Well,
it?
why were you using it? If you're not sticking to your own rules, or do these rules only apply to arguments that don't fit your agenda?
Because we're not talking about pure Euclidean geometry.
Well, no, we're not. We're talking about horizontals. We're talking about reality here. That is where
Yeah.
this proof lies. That's why we
We're
call it
talking about-
the argument, because what we do is we link reality to geometry in an inexplicable way. Some
Yeah, but you're
strange
obviously-
plucking some ideas out of thin air and creating a link from Euclidean geometry to reality. And that's the problem, isn't it?
Well, so far you have failed to do that.
I've set the argument.
Brenda,
The
are you
argument
saying
speaks
that
for
vertical
itself.
is- Are you saying that there's?
I-
Are you saying that there's a geometry where vertical isn't vertical?
We are applying Euclidean geometry to the earth.
Are you saying that there's a geometry where plumb would not be a representation of vertical?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying that you have not
So
shown.
what's your
Excuse me,
contention
why are
with
you
using
talking
plumb
when I'm not
to
done?
describe vertical?
Why are you talking?
I didn't
when
know
I'm
you
not
weren't
done?
done. I thought you
Well,
paused. I
how
thought
about
that was an opening.
Here's what you do:
speak.
you shut your mouth and you wait for the other person
Okay.
to finish. Right?
All right,
Right,
I'll shut
so
my
we're
mouth and you go
talking
ahead and
about-
talk.
Right, because we're talking about plumb bobs and vertical lines from the earth and the horizon, which is only on the earth, is not, it's in this case, it's on the earth. We are not talking about Euclidean geometry anymore. We are applying geometrical terms to the earth.
Wait, we're not talking about Euclidean
Just in
geometry?
reality, Brenda.
We're not talking about pure geometry. We're talking about geometry as it applies to the earth.
So we're okay
so
with planes and parallel.
I'm okay with planes and parallels.
Okay.
But you have to establish what a horizontal is.
We have.
And you haven't done it yet.
Well, go on, Mobius.
Perpendicular. You did that. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal.
But established
You brought up
by a
vertical.
plumb, which is
Okay.
no,
You brought up vertical.
understand?
Why don't you define what vertical is using your
Yeah, I
whatever
will.
geometry?
Yeah,
Please.
vertical
I'll shut up.
on the Earth. Vertical is defined by a plumb line,
So what's
That's
your
not
contention with
geometric,
that, then?
Brenda.
and the
Not
plumb
Stick to
defined.
geometry, Brenda, not abstract things that aren't in geometry.
applying-
Stick to geometry.
Well, we're applying geometry to the Earth, and a plumb line is a vertical line is established by a plumb, and a plumb line only works in the presence of a gravitational
It's not
field.
defined within geometry, though, so stick to
Of
your own
course not.
rules, Brenda.
Of
How
course
do you
not. Of course
establish
it's not.
vertical?
I just told you.
Geometrically,
Well, no. How did you
There is
establish
no
vertical
definition
without
of
using a
vertical
plumb bob?
in geometry. There's no definition of vertical.
Well, when
or
paper brought up
horizontal
plumb
in
bob,
geometry.
you threw a big old fit. So why is it okay for you to bring up a plumb bob when you gave paper a rash of shit for bringing up a plumb bob?
Because we are applying Euclidean geometry to the Earth.
No. I'm asking
That's
you why you
I answered
threw
your
a
why.
fit.
The why is because we are applying geometry to the Earth.
That's why you threw a fit
No,
when he
because-
did what you're trying to do now?
right. So the
Just
why
to reality,
is
Brenda.
we are applying geometry
not to the earth, to
No, the why
reality.
of my question
Brenda.
is that you're a child.
Brenda, you
No, the
cannot
Earth is part of
apply.
reality, isn't it?
Brenda, you cannot apply plumb bob to the Earth because
Why not?
Earth is not a plane, and we are creating perpendicular
matter.
plane. Wait, we are creating, and you did. We are creating perpendicular plane to the plumb bob,
Yeah. So
and therefore it cannot be Earth because Earth is not a plane.
that doesn't follow.
Yes,
can
it
establish
does.
a
It
vertical.
perfectly follows, Brenda.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't follow that because the Earth is not a plane, that we can't establish a horizontal plane that is perpendicular to any given vertical.
It doesn't
That
relate to the Earth, does it? Unless you use it
course
to
it does.
take measurements, you don't relate the plane that is perpendicular geometrically to the Earth, unless you measure.
It does relate to the Earth because a vertical established by plumb can only exist in the presence of gravity. So yes, it does
Perpendicular.
relate to the Earth.
It's
It does
perpendicular,
relate to the Earth.
right?
It relates
The
to the Earth.
relationship is perpendicular.
The relationship is that a plumb bob established a vertical line in the presence of the Earth because the Earth has a gravitational
And
field.
it is perpendicular, right? Because
it's
of the
vertical.
fact, the geometric reasoning of the straight line, there is a perpendicular. All perpendiculars to that vertical will be called horizontal. Now,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
now
it's
we
the
can
Earth.
get rid
That
of the
doesn't mean
plumb
it's
bob for a
round.
second, just to
That doesn't
check,
mean it's
like we
round.
do, Brenda,
Brenda,
in
stop
mathematics, we check. So, can we establish that horizontal that would be in the perpendicular position without the use of a plumb bob?
No.
Yes, we can. We have a tool
How?
called a level.
How?
We have a level. There is no plumb bob. They're two different tools. The plumb
So
bob,
you want to change? You want to change to a different tool?
I'm just checking to do a mathematical check, to double check like we always do in mathematics, to make sure
so
we are correct.
This is math.
We
This
do
isn't math.
have a way of establishing that horizontal too.
The leveling tool that's not math. That's a physical entity. It's same with the plumb bob. A plumb bob is a physical entity.
Exactly. That's
It's
the
not
relationship of realizing
It's not
Euclid.
math.
Like into reality, you realize that the geometric principles of Euclidean geometry apply directly to reality.
Well, they can, but they don't necessarily. It isn't necessarily true.
It is necessarily true
No, you have
because
to prove
have
things are necessarily true.
Oh my gosh.
yes, because you can establish that horizontal is.
You can't.
Wait, don't interrupt. You
Yeah, but
can
you can't
I-
establish
You get
causation.
to, don't.
You don't know what I
Oh my
want to
gosh.
say, and you just interrupted me.
How does that feel?
You can
How's that
People-
feel,
people-
buddy?
you
people
can
How's
fear.
that feel, buddy? How's that feel? Not very
got
good,
this.
does it?
Wow.
So don't
Are you
fucking do
getting
it.
it? Wow, Brenda, calm
Brenda,
down.
this is
Calm
not a
down.
tit for tat. This
Oh.
is not a tit for tat show. I'm sorry, but I had to come in.
Don't
I'm just saying my piece and I'm going, but this is not a tit for tat.
Yeah.
Can you just have a conversation, please? Thank you.
Go ahead, paper.
We already established one way to how to establish horizontal plane. That is perpendicular to the plane of horizon, to horizontal plane. This is one way.
Horizontal plane is perpendicular
This
to
is
horizontal
one way,
plane?
and now we can check that this horizontal plane established by vertical, by plumb bob, is parallel to level tool.
Yeah, that's something you need to prove.
No, it is done.
Yes.
It is done.
No,
And
No,
then,
you have-
then
you
Brenda,
can measure it.
these
You
things.
can measure
can't
it.
just say things. You just-
then what we can do, Brenda, is we can double, triple check by making sure that all of the plumb bobs are perpendicular to that horizontal plane.
Yeah,
It's like
that
a
would be
triple
something-
check, every one of them. And we would
Yeah,
be
that would
able
be
to do
something
that.
you
We
have
can
to prove.
definitely do that.
Well, you have to prove that.
No,
then. Go
you can
ahead.
you can do it. You can show it. They do it every
Go
day
ahead, do
whenever
it.
they do this.
Go ahead then. Do it.
They use parallel horizontals.
What? No, they don't.
Of course they do.
Who's they again? I missed that.
Surveyors, the ones
Yeah,
that
that's
establish
not true.
elevation changes.
That's false.
What's false?
That surveyors don't measure. That surveyors don't measure or do measure all verticals as parallel. That's
No.
false.
What I said was surveyors use differential leveling, which is parallel horizontals daily to measure a elevation change.
Elevation above what?
Elevation from the horizontal plane.
Of the Earth?
Horizontal plane. Earth is not a
Of the
plane.
Earth?
No,
Well,
because
then where's this horizontal plane they're measuring from?
The tool, a level establishes
Yeah.
a horizontal plane from which we can measure changes of elevation of the land.
Elevation is a distance from a given line.
A horizontal
Where's
plane established
horizontal
by a
horizontal
level.
plane.
Where is this? And since you deny that the Earth is horizontal, where is this horizontal plane that they're measuring from?
It's the one established by the level tool that you are using
Surveyors
to
don't-
measure from, Brenda.
Surveyors don't
And
use
it
your
gets
fucking
very
plastic-
tiresome,
Surveyors
to be
don't
honest.
use your fucking plastic tube. The surveyors do not use that thing. They do not use that.
Oh my god.
They use a theodolite. They don't use your fucking piece of plastic. Where is this? Where is
level,
this
Brenda.
horizontal
This is
plane,
horseshit.
Bev?
Brenda said level. Did you hear me?
Where is this? Where is this horizontal plane
The
that surveyors
tool,
are measuring
the
from?
tool, the level will
don't
establish
use-
the
that's not
horizontal
true.
plane.
Bev, they don't use that tool.
So
What
I want to
levels?
challenge what Brenda is saying now. Hi Brenda. So what tool are they using then to establish the level?
Well, geodetic surveyors use a theodolite. If you're just doing construction, I think they use simpler machines, right? They use Dumpty levels or things like that.
Dumpty. Well,
I don't
is
know.
that for the Humpties?
Okay,
It's called
so
a Dumpty level, right? Dumpty level.
so I got a question.
Bev
I
isn't
was-
qualified. Bev isn't qualified to use those. Bev is only qualified to hold a stick.
So I got a question. So I was reading about the theodolites the other day, and I googled what can go wrong with a theodolite. You know, ways that either because of human error or because of instrument error, you may get an inaccurate reading. you know,
Yeah.
something that doesn't
Yeah.
represent reality, right?
So where is the
wait,
horizontal
She wasn't
plane?
done.
Where's
She
the
wait, I
wasn't
got,
horizontal?
done.
Yeah, but
I
he's
got a
going.
Brenda.
question. I haven't. No, I haven't.
Where's the
I haven't asked my
horizontal plane
question.
they're
Oh my
getting
gosh.
elevations from?
Wait, Brenda. Yeah, wait. I got a question, right? So let's say you've got one of them theodolites, right? You have one, and you know you establish your level and whatever, but accidentally you knock it over, and you kind of mess it up a little bit. So right now it doesn't establish level anymore. So now you need to fix it, right? You need to make it work okay again so you can establish the level again. So you need to recalibrate it. So how are you going to calibrate it?
Don't they have a bubble inside of them?
Brenda's not got a clue about this,
talking
even
about
though it's
bubble.
Jesse and should
Isn't
know
that-
about all of
about-
these things.
Isn't that how
Thank you,
theodolites
Brenda.
are
So you
calibrated?
calibrate. So
They
you
have a
calibrate it
bubble.
with water, right?
They
Right.
have a bubble, don't they? They have a bubble. They
Yeah.
have a bubble level,
So
right?
so you calibrate it. So you calibrate it with water. If you use that bubble,
Yeah.
You think?
what
Wait,
principle-
whoa, both of you. You're talking about a theodolite now, right? Have either of you ever set up a theodolite?
No, it doesn't matter. No, but conceptually it doesn't
So,
matter.
how
what
do
do
you
they-
imagine you establish a horizontal plane with
How does-
a theodolite? I
How-
hope
Can I
you're
go-
not talking about a little bubble and you think that's what does it.
How do you calibrate? How do you calibrate
A little
theodolite?
circular bubble. You think?
Yeah,
Can I-
there's a
can I go
Yeah,
first?
we. That's
Can I
how. That's
circular bubble?
look, Brenda. That's
Right?
how I know that both of you have not got a clue
I
about
don't
what
care.
you're
Yeah,
talking about. I personally
It
know
doesn't
that
matter,
for a
Bev.
fact.
It's not a big deal.
It
It's not a
says
big
you
deal,
always
Bev.
say it doesn't matter at the crucial
Yeah, it
moment
doesn't.
when you say stupid shit that
Well, what do they
disproves
use?
what you're fucking saying.
What do they use to calibrate the level then? The theodolite. What do they use?
They, in order to establish elevation changes, they use a level.
Right. That's the bubble level that's
Not
built into the building, right?
a theodolite.
What
They
does it
use a level. They're different tools, but you don't know that.
They don't use a piece of plastic pipe tubing, though, do they? What do they use?
Who's they?
They don't use
Who's they?
a piece of plastic.
Who's
tubing.
they?
The surveyor who wants to calibrate his theodolite.
He cannot calibrate his own thing. He has to take
You
it to a
don't
shop.
establish a well, if you wanted to find a level, a true horizontal with a theodolite, you would be best to use a water level to make sure it is level. Yes.
So you don't use any I don't know, expensive lasers or GPS, all of that stuff. Isn't that what you use?
For a theodolite, no. In order to establish that it's definitely horizontal, you would be best using a water level, because you could be established. You would definitely know that the point on that side and the point on the other side would definitely be at the same elevation, i.e. on a horizontal plane. Wouldn't you know that, Brenda?
I see.
With the point in the middle being directly along that horizontal line from one end of the water level to the other. Isn't that right, Jesse? Brenda.
But
you've never done this, have you? You haven't got a clue. Or have you? Have you ever played with a theodolite?
Will you allow me to speak?
Have you ever took a theodolite to the edge of a lake?
Will you allow me to speak?
Looked at the other side of the lake.
Are you going to allow
haven't.
me to speak or not?
I haven't. But I built.
Are you
But I
going to
built
allow
a.
me to speak or not?
But I built a small level wall on my garden. I used the plastic leveling trick. I filled it up with water, so I was carrying the other edge with me, and I was building according to the surface of the water, and it turned out to be completely horizontal.
So can I speak? Uninterrupted, please.
No, hold
Can I
up. Bev,
speak? I want to speak uninterrupted.
Wait. Bev, ask that question again.
So can I speak uninterrupted, please?
Go on, Brenda.
Bev had a
Do
question
your
for you.
best. Go on. Go on.
Go on.
Yeah.
Okay. The theodolite cannot offer precise readings unless it is calibrated periodically, especially if the job site has excessive machine vibration and wind. Place the theodolite on a roughly leveled tripod. Verify that the tripod's legs are firmly pressed into the ground for stability. And here's the important part. Level the theodolite with its base leveling screws by observing the base's level bubble. Make sure the bubble is perfectly centered in the viewable area. Fuck you.
All right. Okay. Wait. Calm down, Brenda. When they keep saying leveling it, is that making it horizontal or is that making it sloped?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Brenda doesn't have a
Is that
definition of
making
slope.
it horizontal or is that making it sloped?
It's you level with the bubble,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Is that
And
horizontal?
usually-
or
Hey,
slanted?
hold on. Just
Usually
2
bubbles like
seconds.
that
Hold
are
on. You
dull.
didn't calibrate with the bubble. You're not recalibrating the tool.
Literally what it
with the
says.
bubble.
Level the
You're
theodolite
just
with
leveling it. Yes.
leveling
And
screws
level
by
the
observing the base's level bubble.
Yeah.
Make sure
Yeah,
the
you level
bubble
the
is
bubble.
perfectly centered in the viewable area. That's a little dome
That's not
with a little
calibrating it.
circle
It's not
on
calibrating.
the top, and then you make sure that
Brenda.
the bubble is centered on the
Brenda,
circle.
listen to what Spot On's
Doesn't
saying.
mention
I don't care
calibration,
to
though,
be
does it? That's what
interrupted.
you're trying to say, isn't it? You think it's calibrating the tool, don't you?
This is what it says. It says this
Don't
is how you
you?
calibrate.
Yeah.
Jesse should know
Oh, is that what it
better.
says? Read it again. Read it again.
It says these devices provide accurate angle readings for determining structural dimensions and property boundaries. However, the theodolite cannot offer precise readings unless it is calibrated periodically. Right?
Yeah, okay,
Place the theodolite on a roughly leveled tripod.
No, that's not how to calibrate it, Brenda.
Place the
You've
theodolite-
misunderstood in your not knowing the first basic steps
So
of it.
if
You've
I'm just gonna be
misunderstood.
continuously
This isn't
interrupted-
a calibration of a theodolite or the method
Literally
for
what it says.
calibrate. No, it's not, Brenda.
Literally what
That's
it
not.
says.
No. That's not
It's
the
literally what
calibration.
it
That's
says.
setting the tool
Well,
up.
let me-
Everybody, no, Brenda, I'm not going to let you say that because it's wrong. It's
of course you're not
blatantly
gonna let me say
long.
There was a
No,
period
you're going to
there.
go, Brenda. You're going to go. You're going to go.
You're gonna-
If you carry on with this
She's
bullshit, you're going to
misrepresenting
go.
the tool.
No, this
Yes.
is literally from sciencing.com,
Yes,
calibrating
but,
the level.
yes, we
All right.
heard that.
Can you
but
post a
this is
picture
not.
and we'll go over why it's
It's
wrong?
okay. I can't have that. It's just going to be a total disruption. As soon as that starts, Brenda is now going to continue stating something that is not true. That is not a calibration. That's literally setting the tool up.
And all they did is tell you that it needs to be calibrated occasionally.
Mhm.
That is not the calibration sequence.
Yes,
Yes.
and I understood that. I am not surveyor and
Yeah.
I know very little, but from what I heard from this citation, I know that this was not about calibration.
Yeah.
So if the tool is already calibrated, then you are setting it up as depicted in this writing.
Yeah. And it's not for measuring elevation changes. It's for measuring angles. A theodolite measures angles. You don't measure elevation changes in angles. As you would know, for any elevation profile, they are marked on a vertical scale. You can measure the difference in height vertically, not with angles, with distances. Straight lines, vertical. Brenda's misrepresenting one, the tool, and two, the actual professionals that do it. Brenda's never done this, and that's why I had to get rid of Brenda. I can't have people misleading other people in this. If you want to know anything about surveying, go and talk to a surveyor. Do not ever listen to people that have never done it, that are arguing on a model basis. Brenda's got no knowledge of geometry and no knowledge of surveying. They shouldn't, people like that shouldn't ever be talking about things like this. Just a blatant lie. Don't trust people like that.
Or maybe just Brenda can see in the text something that normal people cannot see or don't see and see otherwise, like me. So from her own words, and from this citation, I know that this was not calibration.
Right, I've got this one again. We'll go back to
There
the
is,
tweets. Go on.
There is, if I can just say this, is it okay? Hello?
Go on.
Yeah, that there is an increasing number of, or rather a new wave of people that claim that the Earth is a sphere, that they post pictures of them in front of what looks like a theodolite on a tripod. And on those pictures, usually they got inset pictures of some distant mountain peak they are observing through the, reticule and the crosshairs of the theodolite. So they show as inset photographs what they see, presumably from inside the theodolite. And then they also paste some numbers on them, usually in degrees, measuring some vertical drop in degrees, and then they somehow claim that this is that the Earth is a sphere, and they should see this mountaintop there, but instead they see it whatever degrees lower. So the Earth is a sphere.
Are you suggesting that somebody goes up a mountain with a theodolite and then looks at another mountain to measure
Correct.
a vertical angle?
No, I'm not suggesting. I'm telling you. Someone was showing me photos of this yesterday.
I know that, but yeah. Are you suggesting though that that's a professional technique, or are you just saying that people do that?
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that it's a professional technique at all. I mean, it doesn't look at all professional to me.
Okay, so
not at all.
It's just the same as somebody going up a mountain and taking a picture of something then.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
there's no need to bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like literally, it's not a surveying. Like that's where I say, if you want to know anything about surveying, don't talk to people like Brenda. You don't have to trust me that it's not done. Go and ask a surveyor and say, when was the last time you measured a mountain and how much another mountain drops in the distance? And they'll look at you funny. But I mean, make sure you ask them. Like, don't leave it to Brenda. Don't believe what Brenda says. Don't believe what I say. Find a surveyor out in the street that nobody, me, nor Brenda, nor anybody could have influenced, and ask them. Yeah. Ask them if horizontal's perpendicular to vertical, and if all of the verticals from here to there are all perpendicular to the horizontal plane. I mean, that's all you've got to do.
Okay, wait, can I jump in for just one sec?
Yeah, sure.
I just got to say, that's freaking awesome. Yeah, walk up to a surveyor and ask them the last time they surveyed the height of a mountain.
Yeah.
People are fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, they'll probably ask me back if I'm feeling all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ask them if they've ever measured the curvature of level. Ask them if they've ever measured a tilting vertical and how much it tilts. Because there are people, like you say, there are people who claim to do ridiculous things. Like the guy that may or may not live in Maine, that a lot of people tend to cite. Blue Marble's going to do a video about it, proving it, helping him, because he's gone. The guy that may or may not live in Maine has disappeared. Poof, he's vanished, along with Jesse Kozlowski.
That one yesterday was also called Jesse, but was Jesse.
No, that's that Jesse. Yeah, he's not a surveyor. What he does is he gets broken stuff and he fixes it at his house, and then he takes them up mountains and stuff.
Uncalibrated too. All I want to say, uncalibrated tools.
Yeah, he calibrated them himself, probably from using the same method that Brenda was talking about. But I mean, there are very simple tests if you want to do that. But I mean, we're talking about horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. We're not talking about theodolites and plumb bobs. That's where Brenda wanted to take it, into surveying. But we're trying to be simpler than that. Just about horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Simple. All you have to do is check that.
The Brenda type of crowd seems to be very invested in discovering the magic tool that will prove stuff that we cannot see.
It's because there is a couple of people. There's a couple of people that have made videos. Globe pretend surveyors. Jesse Kozlowski, he's gone. And the guy that may or may not be from Maine that definitely isn't a surveyor. Those two. They're the only ones that are ever cited, and they've gone, like I say. They're never coming back. They can't come back. They can't even talk about what it is that they were pretending to talk about in the first place. Leaving people like Brenda to defend the thing that he's never done. No practical ability, no practical knowledge, no practical experience of any of this stuff. Yet claims to have some sort of a debating tactic, which everybody can see quite now. It's sophistry, and there is no argument. It's always deflection. It was about horizontals being parallel, as there are a lot of people struggling with this. The argument, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then, consequent, all horizontals are parallel to each other. It shouldn't be hard for people to understand. And the only thing that needs checking is if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Well, you can establish a horizontal. And will it be parallel to the plane of the horizon? Check that for yourself. Double check it to make sure. Make sure that all plumb bobs, whenever you hold them up to the plane of the horizon, make sure they're all perpendicular to it. You can have a horizontal and a plumb bob, and you can move it round with you wherever you go. Turn around, look at the plane of the horizon on that side, plane of the horizon on that side. Is it perpendicular? Is this one perpendicular to that one? Are they all parallel to the plane of the horizon, all of the horizontals? To my knowledge, yes, they all are. Every one of them. I've never seen one that isn't. And I've never heard of anybody that's come with one that isn't. So it seems to be true. The if statement, to my knowledge, is proved true by every horizontal being actually parallel to the plane of the horizon whenever actually measured, and can be done by anybody. Check it for yourself. But obviously, it's a bit hard for some people to take that on as an understanding, a concept, because it exists in reality and it can be done by anybody. It's troublesome. Oh, there you go, Saragaki. Lady with a perpendicular proof. We are gonna have to start getting these spoken out, wrote out arguments from reality, series of devastating arguments from reality. She does look happy.
When I was in the army and we calibrated theodolites, all you did was aim it at a range, a known range, known distance, and if it said that if the crosshairs lined up with the crosshairs on the building, then you knew it was set up for or calibrated to that range and that so that you're going to use it for.
Calibrated to a range. What we're talking about, it wasn't for a horizontal, that was it?
No, it was mostly for like you'd have an aiming circle in a gun line in artillery, and there'd be an aiming circle in front of all the different howitzers, and they would when they turn their turret, the turret does go up and down a little bit. It's not completely flush, like it doesn't do like a planar rotation. So you'd have to adjust back to the aiming circle, which would be slightly off. And then that's where the theodolite would come in to make sure that the howitzers are still aimed correctly, even if the sight inside the gun, the pintle inside the gun is showing your shot is off.
Yeah, I don't think we need to get into a calibration thing. I mean, surely if we're going to talk about calibration of theodolites, the guys at the calibration shop will be the best people to do it because they'd be the most experienced, and I can go and have a word with those people if that's what's needed. But I mean, I don't think it is. What we're talking about is a basic understanding of if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other, right? Like Brenda said at the beginning, trying to come to terms with it. Well, the only term that Brenda had a problem with was horizontal. That's not surprising because when you break globe geometry down, there is no horizontal. It doesn't exist at all. And that's why Brenda's having a problem with it. But Brenda can't say that because it sounds ridiculous. The very fact you have a vertical as a straight line means necessarily that you have a perpendicular to it. And since perpendicular to vertical is horizontal, yeah, big problem. But Brenda can't talk about it. We call it existential cognitive veiling. Obviously now, for a reason. The very issue about horizontals is the one that cannot be addressed. Maybe that's the reason we decided to make the argument based around horizontals. And it's such a simple argument, and it's based upon a Euclidean proof. Let me see if I can get that for you, since we are talking about Euclid. Oh, this one. Proposition 6. You could use quite a few of them. This one is Proposition 6, and it says, if two straight lines be at right angles to the same plane, they shall be parallel to one another. That's maybe a bit advanced, and we may be giving a bit away for the Realising Euclid perpendicular.
That's where I was leading
Mhm.
Brenda, because if we have a plane, horizontal plane already, and one vertical at a point, so it means that at another point, a vertical will be parallel to this vertical. So, but Brenda just segued from that because it was a dangerous topic.
Mhm. It's the reality element to it. I mean, that's why particularly we chose horizontal, because there is a geometric relationship, obviously, between vertical and horizontal and perpendiculars in geometry. The X, Y, Z coordinate system within Cartesian is directly relatable to vertical, horizontal planes. Now, geometry just happens to be the way of you understanding that reality element. Now, it's pretty clear to see that everybody who has a problem with this has a problem with vertical being perpendicular to a horizontal plane. More than one of them. They think they have some sort of a wandering z-axis relative to you wherever you are, and you carry like a horizontal skirt around with you. Well, it doesn't work like that. It works Euclidean, in my understanding anyway. And the only people that we have to tell us any different are people like Brenda. Self-appointed people that know nothing about the subject they're talking about. When there are professionals that do this job, and I sort of defending the profession. They don't deserve people like Brenda talking shit about what they do, misrepresenting professional people.
And I think they say this nonsense because it's the only way they can have a vertical established in the ball world. So it has to be a line that it will be vertical to a plane that will have one common point with the surface of the sphere. So
pictures of.
Yeah, they have to imagine a tangent plane to a sphere, that touches the sphere at one and only one point, and then from that one point emerges their so-called vertical, which is vertical again to that one horizontal plane. Well, actually, you can't really say horizontal, can you? To the tangent plane of the sphere, right? So in the sphere world, I don't think they can even talk about horizontal planes because they cannot define them. I mean, where is the horizontal plane on a sphere? You can have a tangent plane, but you can't have a horizontal plane, right?
That's what I said. There is no horizontal on the globe model. It doesn't exist. That's the problem. They do exist in reality. That's why they fight so hard for it. That's why the reason they can't have level being horizontal, because horizontals don't exist on their model. And it's hard for them to say that, right? Because people say, well, we do have horizontals. And they don't like hearing that. It's offensive to them. They think you're upsetting them. But they think you're purposely upsetting them, like Farmer's Boy. They get angry. So you're best off not saying it, right? They get upset at you saying it because they can't say it. But if you're the one that says it, then you're the one that sounds stupid, and that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for you to say it for them. Well, I'll say, in reality, the argument states that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, that can be proven, I say. There are tools that establish horizontal planes. In reality, I know that. And that's as much as I need to say, I think. I'll keep saying it. And I know people like Brenda will have to keep coming in. Look, who else have we got there? Hex. Horizontal planes do exist in reality, and they can be established. And there are tools and there are professional people that do that. And they do measure elevation changes on a vertical datum. It is called a vertical datum. I don't know whether there's anything else you can have to say. Other than this is Proposition 30. It's on the YouTube channel there. You can look at it. It says, straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. That's the Euclidean proposition that we take that from. So that's the direct comparison about horizontals. The horizontals become the straight lines, and they are parallel to the same straight line, the plane of the horizon, obviously, because this is Euclidean geometry. This being in book 1 will directly represent similar in book 11, solid geometry, but this is to keep it as simple as possible. This is the straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. Basic reasoning, and it is Proposition 30, just to show how simple a concept this Euclidean geometry is and how easy this is to understand. This has straight lines, parallel, that's it. Simple. I didn't really need to add plane, but I mean, plane makes it a real aspect, and since we have tools that do establish the plane, you may as well say the horizontals are plane, the same way as the plane of the horizon is, and they're all obviously parallel to each other. It's no big deal. It's reality. Nothing's going to change anything. That's just worth pointing out that in reality, that's how it happens. Now, there will be gaslighters. There are people that obviously trying to deceive you. And then there's other people that are just parroting things that they've been told to say. It's hard to tell which is which, since the deceptive people could pretend, they could just be pretending that they're really simple, and that's why they're saying these things, because other people have told them to say it. Who knows? It's hard to tell. Other people could literally just be saying it because they have to push a narrative. Bit like Hex. I think he's heavy tonight, Hex. Goes to show people that come out. So we can add Hex to this list now. People who are obsessed with setting this, well, not setting the argument. Are they denying the argument as an actual argument, or are they having the problem with horizontal as to what the definition of horizontal is? Because most of the definitions that I know, unless they're busy wiping them at the minute, will involve that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. I can get a few. I've got a few definitions that state and show that. But I mean, that is only definitions from dictionaries. I mean, they can't be trusted. People like Brenda. Brenda wouldn't believe a dictionary definition of horizontal, or even a mathematical definition of horizontal.
Well, what about the fact that the horizon is a noun and horizontal is just the adjective?
Yes, yes. So I was about to ask Brenda about that because Brenda was into definitions. So yes, adjective, and adjective, of course, is always derived from the noun. So it means that it is horizontish. So it belongs to horizon, so similar to horizon or whatever. It is from horizon.
Like instrument and instrumental.
Yes, yes.
It's, yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of examples, but it is what it is.
If you're into etymology and you like that kind of stuff, the horizon comes from the Greek word horizontas, which is
no horizon. We went through that with C Montreal. So
yeah, okay. You know what it means though?
Yes, the boundary of your vision. Generally, it means this is the limit of your vision.
It's
So
also the root word for the word define, for the verb to define in the Greek language.
Dissect, yes, dissect or to discern between something. Because if we are talking about limit, it has to. In order to see this limit, you have to see what is beyond this limit. So you have to discern between the end of the object, for example, or edge of the object, and, for example, background. So yes, in that meaning, it would be a distinction between object and not object. And
it's also define. It also means define.
Yes, because definition is from Latin word, but this is the same. De finis. De from finis to finis. It means from border to border.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
Okay, so I've got a clip up in the chat from Hex, and Hex says, considering, like we've just explained, that there is no horizontal on their model, just to throw confusion, Hex says, every line is horizontal when viewed from the right position.
Huh.
Even verticals, I think, somehow. But every line would obviously include vertical lines, and Hex, being the genius that he is, willing to say any old shit that means absolutely nothing, just to make people crazy. Or maybe this is actually what's going on in his mind, really. He says every line is horizontal when viewed from the right position. Crazy.
It is
Crazy.
incorrect. But
on the ball that I'm... Sorry, go ahead.
It is incorrect because, for example, if we have a vertical line or plumb line, it doesn't matter from which position we are looking at. It doesn't matter.
It will still be vertical. Yeah, the law of identity says it's vertical. It can't be horizontal. Even if you look at it really weird, it's still never going to be horizontal. So Hex is absolutely... yeah, look, he says it again like crazy. I'll get that in a minute. Rumpus, again. Go on, sorry, go on.
Also...
Yeah, Mobius.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Real quick. I was just going to say that there are some people that think that horizontal is, dependent on whether or not you're holding the paper horizontally or.
Yeah.
I mean, you can twist the piece of paper and make horizontal not horizontal, but still call it horizontal. It's insanity.
Yeah. And I think I'll stick to I'll also stick to what I said before, that because I'm guessing that this hex comes from the globe Earth proponents, that there is no horizontal on their globe. I mean, the
Yeah, well,
way
that's why when he's talking shit, you cannot assume that he comes from the globe model, right? Or his model of the globe, it allows for horizontals just in every position, because we'll be coming back to that in a bit anyway. We'll get into that in a bit, right?
Okay, sure.
Rumpus says, all geometry, this is just how easy, because all we're talking about here is the argument, right? The argument states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Do you think it's actually worth reading what that person actually put in there, because it's garbage?
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. Yeah, because it shows.
Okay.
Like the statement, the argument states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. It's talking about straight lines, parallel, the horizon, and horizontals. That's it. And planes. So obviously, Rumpus says, all geometry is conceptual in origin, moron, and you can perform spherical geometry on the surface of a real sphere. You utter moron, right? So he's taking a geometric Euclidean sphere, being real, and performing spherical geometry on it. I think this performance involves a pen and a ball. I'm crossing my fingers and hoping we can see this performance at some point.
That would be awesome.
It would be great, wouldn't it? So that's Rumpus. If you're out there with the globe model, right, and obviously troubled by an argument stating that horizontals being parallel to each other, if you're concerned, what you need to do is go and see Rumpus. He'll sort it out for you. He will be able to perform for you spherical geometry on a Euclidean ball. Great, it's fantastic. Right,
like dancing on the ball.
Yeah, performance. Spherical geometric performance. I'm hoping interpretive dance myself.
So I just imagine Squidward doing interpretive dancing.
So what is he claiming, if he's claiming at all, what is he claiming spherical geometry is?
Like performance. He said, it's a performance that is available for Rumpus to do on the on a ball.
So he balances a ball on his nose, or
don't know. You'll have to get Rumpus. Rumpus is going to do this. I mean, I can't do it. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I think he's overstepped the mark. But I mean, Rumpus says you can do it. So the performance shall be done by Rumpus, obviously. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. We'll just wait and see what Rumpus's performance looks like. I don't be able to get somebody else to do it for him.
I don't think he can do it.
No, obviously he won't do it. No, he'll find somebody who's perhaps, you know, of a lower intelligence that believes what he can do, and he'll get them to attempt to do it for him. Maybe Blue Marble will do it for you, Rumpus. Maybe. Get Farmer's Boy. Get Farmer's Boy to pretend everybody that you did do it. That's it. Tell everybody else that they're morons. Yeah.
If he at least attempts it, it'll be a one step further than the Rect project that he was going to do.
Yeah, he did get a pole up, like a bendy pole, didn't he?
But he never actually even attempted to do the test.
Didn't do it. Yeah, he didn't do any looking at it or anything like that. Taking any pictures, no.
I don't know. I'm a bit disappointed. It's as usual. He bit a little bit more than he can chew. He does that a lot. It's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah. Well, he had friends. He had help. He needed 15 people. Obviously, they were all waiting to come and help him. I mean, I don't particularly think there's 15 people that can talk to us about this. I don't think there's even 5 or 6 that know anything about spherical geometry. I think there's only about 2 or 3 that make this shit up, personally. So I don't know how Rumpus ever imagined that he'd do it. Anyway, we've got this here. Hex says, again, as a follow-up, sure, a vertical at the poles would be seen as horizontal on the equator.
Seeing doesn't make horizontals or verticals. It's not about seeing things.
Mm-hmm. To Hex it is. That's how he backs up his statement that every line would be seen as horizontal, or every line could be horizontal. Let's see, what was it what he said. Every line is horizontal when viewed from the right position. So he thinks looking in that one, is that some sort of a switch around within the logical statements, right? What he said is every line is horizontal when viewed from a different position, suggesting that viewing it could change the horizontality of the first line.
Yes.
Then the second time is when he says, sure, a vertical line at the poles would be seen as horizontal on the equator. He's saying that the vertical would be seen as horizontal. I mean, such a ridiculous statement, but yeah, he is actually saying that looking at something can change the orientation of it.
Well, I hope he's not in carpentry or in the cement or masonry or anything, because you probably have a hard time with liability costs.
Yeah, like the floors. You would never know whether he's doing floors or walls.
Well, if you just look at it this way. Oh, no, that's not sloping. That's horizontal. I can prove it because it's, you just look at it this way. Oh, don't worry about your change falling off the table there. That's just depends on how you look at it.
Hey, my wall is tilting. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, look at it like this.
No,
Tilt your head.
They are people like Hex. They are making mistakes.
Oh, did he go then? Sounded like
I think he
paper
did. I
shot
thought it
off.
was
That
me,
wasn't
but-
me. Yeah. I don't think that was me. Oh, we've got Rumpus in as well. He's come in. Does anybody need to hear Rumpus, or are we gonna?
I don't know. Is he going to complain about not being able to
I think
post diagrams?
he can post anything in the chat. Just try now, Rumpus. Check where you can. There you go.
Please try to show us the spherical
reason
geometry
I couldn't post
presentation.
anything. The reason I couldn't post anything was because you have censored the word flurf, and I was speaking to Paige, and obviously her name having flurf in it prevented me from being able to post back to her.
You
Every
were
time I
talking
quoted
to her.
her,
Paige.
every time I
You
quoted
were
her,
talking to Paige.
every time I quoted her, it censored the reply because I included the word flurf, which obviously you've got in the censored
What,
words in your YouTube.
On
channel.
YouTube? I don't think so.
Yes, in YouTube.
Wow.
Every time
That
I
might be a
replied
YouTube
to her,
thing.
it
Yeah.
censored my replies.
I
and
bet
it's
it
because
might
you
be a
censored
YouTube
the
No, no,
word-
no, no.
And it's
I'll tell you
because
what
you
that
censored
is.
the word flurf.
No, I'll tell you what that was. Is I could see what you were doing, and I thought it was quite amusing to delete some of your messages when you repeated yourself.
No, it wasn't. That's
And,
nothing to know. No, it's happened before.
watched you
It's-
spiral.
is
So
amusing.
that was all
no,
down
no,
to
that's
me.
no. It's definitely down to the. I tried several things that you weren't watching, and you could see whether you were deleting it. It was not that. You are wrong.
Yes, okay.
You are
Mhm.
wrong.
Ask all the other mods then.
You're wrong. You are wrong. It was definitely the trigger words, but obviously Bev has set up. Like flat Earth is another phrase that he's set up, which will mean your post will not be registered. That's one of the
Rumpus.
and he's obviously included flurf in that as well. So when I replied to
Rumpus.
Paige, it deleted it. Yes.
The reason why you come here? How you doing today?
Not too bad.
All right. So when we doing
I
that
just
test?
thought coming. I must admit, I was just watching this from half an hour ago, so I've only been watching snippets of this, and I thought Brenda was in here, so I said that's the reason I came in, but she's not.
Oh, your
And the fact-
girlfriend.
And the
Sorry.
spherical. Well, I'd just like to back up the Globers. The fact, Bev, you don't understand that spherical geometry is a real thing in the real world. Obviously, it means you're an idiot, but we know that already. If you get a football and you start drawing on it, you're doing spherical geometry, you moron. So it does exist in the real world.
One more ad
You just
hom,
need to start
and you
drawing.
can
And
just
what
go
you
back on
don't
mute.
understand is that spherical
Do you
geometry has
understand?
the surface of a sphere,
Is he
not
listening?
the 3D aspects of a sphere. And you'll never
for
I
the
guess
ever
he
going to
got me to
understand,
turn it
no
down.
matter
Let's go for
how
the
many
trifecta.
times you're told you are either willfully stupid, willfully ignorant, or just a stupid moron. I don't know which it is, actually.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rumpus. I mean, that was really good. I'll timestamp that. 3:40. Anybody want to get that on the thing, and then we can clip that out of Rumpus. Thanks. Cheers for that, Rumpus.
I'll call you a moron, and the fact you don't understand spherical geometry any time you like. I'm more than happy to abuse you about your willful stupidity or your actual stupidity.
No. For
do.
your definition of spherical geometry, that's what I was hoping
Well,
for.
if you'd bothered to Google
Thank you
spherical
very
geometry, which you apparently haven't because you've denied its
Mhm.
existence because either you're a willful moron or
Doesn't
an
say
actual
anything
moron.
about drawing lines
It
on
does,
balls, though,
it
does
does.
it?
It talks about the surface of a sphere. If you don't understand the surface of a sphere and the surface of a football, the
What's
same
a
thing,
sphere in
again,
spherical
you're a moron.
geometry,
Whether
Rumpus?
you're a willful moron or an actual moron, I don't know.
What's a sphere in spherical geometry?
Spherical geometry is not about the 3D
No.
sphere. It's about
I said,
the
what is a
surface of a sphere.
sphere in spherical geometry?
You can't describe a sphere in spherical geometry because it's about the surface of a sphere. A sphere is a 3D object.
So weird.
I know. This is what confuses Bev because it's got the word spherical.
It's not
in it.
confusing at all.
He thinks because it's got the word spherical geometry. He thinks
There's nothing
because there's the
confusing
word
about
sphere
it.
in there, it must be referring to the 3D
No,
volume thing, and it's not. And they just gave it a word to describe. They didn't bother to say, "Oh, the geometry of being on the surface of a sphere." They couldn't be bothered to do all that. So they just called it spherical geometry. That's not
So
the
you can't
same thing
describe
as
a sphere-
sphere in 3D.
Which you can describe in reality. You can describe a sphere in reality using reality to describe it.
Yeah, and so yes, so what?
And you can't do that with
no
spherical
one's disputing
geometry.
that, you moron. No, yeah,
And so
exactly.
nobody's
Yes, because you don't
right.
know what spherical geometry is. It's not the geometry of a sphere, of a 3D sphere. It's the geometry of the surface of a sphere, which is not three-dimensional.
Well, I
You
think you just proved my
moron.
point.
Try and
think you just proved
Google
my
the
point.
goddamn subject, and then you'll be able to talk about it. You utter
No, you did
moron.
an excellent job, Rumpus. You just described and proved our point.
No, I didn't. You didn't understand it because you
Yeah,
keep on asking
you just don't
stupid
understand
questions.
that you proved our point.
No, you don't
Because you're
understand.
utter moron.
How do you know he didn't understand what you
You
said?
don't understand that you don't understand because you're a moron.
No, you don't understand that you don't understand because you
Oh,
don't
I do
understand it.
fully, and you don't understand that. You
Well,
you see the
you
word
proved our
spherical,
point.
and because you think
Hang on,
you
guys.
haven't done
Hang on,
that,
guys.
and you
Hold on,
haven't Googled
Nah,
spherical
clap this
geometry,
dude out the
and
building.
you're low
Time out.
IQ,
Time,
and
hang
you're
on,
a
time out,
moron,
everybody. Time
You
out.
all,
Time
you
out.
all just
I'm
stop for a
afraid
second,
you're just
please.
stuck in this stupid loop
Rumpus, please.
where you don't understand
Rumpus,
what you're
please.
talking about, and you
Rumpus,
misunderstand people who do.
You got everybody turned
Rumpus,
down.
please. Just give me 1 second. It's times like this, Bev, that you need a button that you can push that just plays the chorus of Buster's song.
Well, that's your problem. I
You
mean, your
don't
problem is
understand.
Well, you don't. I mean, it's a partially
we
willful. I mean,
we understand
know that-
perfectly well,
No,
Rumpus.
you
Thank you very
don't.
much.
No, you don't. You've demonstrated time and time again that not only are you willfully
will watch
stupid,
it burn.
you are actually stupid. And you
So
don't,
what else?
you're
Are,
willfully
what
ignorant.
what else are you bringing, Rumpus?
Actually ignorant.
All
Do
right.
you have
So
anything?
instead of telling us
substance?
we don't understand, help us to
Well, I
understand
do.
what you are
explained to you
saying.
what spherical
No,
geometry
you're
was,
not.
and I explained
Yeah,
to you how in the
two-dimensional.
real world,
Spherical geometry
and I
is a
explained to you in the
two-dimensional
real world, you can
concept.
see, because Bev earlier claimed
You're
you have
welcome.
spherical geometry in the real world. Stop interrupting me. Bev claimed earlier you couldn't have spherical geometry in the real world. But all you need to do to see spherical geometry in the world is to start drawing things on a football. And there you have it. And there you will find that triangles have more than 180 degrees. Squares,
concept,
a
anybody?
spherical version of a square,
No, no,
and when it forms a
don't
great
know.
circle, can have
I guess my
was
mic
it
is shit
540
today.
degrees. So
The
there's
football-
very
a
simple
football
things
is
that Bev doesn't
three-dimensional.
understand.
Did you
If
say
try Googling some-
540 degrees then?
I think so. I think a square can go up to 540, isn't it? I can't remember what it is exactly.
Oh, Rumpus, are
if a
you
square
sure you've
forms-
got this? Do you
Yes,
not know? We went
150.
through this the other day.
Yeah, but you're a moron. You get it wrong. You get everything wrong.
No,
Bev.
no,
You are a moron.
no,
You
it
are
wasn't me
willfully
that said it.
moronic.
It wasn't me that said it. Let me see if I can find it for you.
You're a
It's
moron.
your
You get everything
boys.
wrong.
Yeah, you know,
You get it wrong. You get everything wrong, Bev.
Team Rumpus. If you
okay,
mustn't
not
have
always.
taught
I
your
suppose you might get your
boys,
own name right,
or
but
do
anything
you
that's
do you
contentious,
not
you're wrong about.
do you
One
not
more ad
teach
hoc
them,
and
or
you'll
do
be
you let
removed.
them teach
Excellent.
you?
No, remove me. I'm
They're not the ones that have done it.
They're not. So what? They're not the ones who've done what?
Well, you said you don't know about spherical geometry, whether
I do know
squares.
about spherical. I didn't say
Well,
that. You just
let
made
him
that up. You
finish.
just lied. You just lied. Well, I did not
Rumpus,
say that.
stop.
You're a moron.
Let
you
him
lying
finish.
wanker.
This
Well,
dude.
stop lying then.
He's got to get out
Let
of here,
him finish
Redman.
his thing.
Redman.
Well, stop
He
lying.
knows
Stop
he
being a
has to
lying
get out of
wanker.
here
I
now
did
because
not
he's
say
trapped.
that, you lying
And now
wanker.
he's going to
Stop
talk
making
this
stuff
like
up.
this
You don't lie
in
about
order
what
so
I
we can
said,
get him out
you
of here.
lying wanker.
Is
I'm gonna
this
do
the
a
one
system.
here?
Stick to the facts,
Is this
and
the
then
one
you
here?
won't get me
Turn it down.
agitated.
Look, it
Are you
says here.
censored? Are you censored, Rumpus, on YouTube
Sorry?
channel?
No,
Say
not that
again?
one.
Are you censored on YouTube channel? Text chat
The hell?
or not?
What?
Because Rumpus was winning that he is censored on YouTube channel.
I'm not
Is
worried
he?
about that, dude.
I was censored by the fact that Bev has made various words.
Oh, Rumpus, you're just
filtered,
upset. I
Can I
mean,
go
I know
repeat
you're
that?
upset about
and
all
he's now
sorts of
lying
shit.
about that.
Well,
And
upset
whenever I
about what?
replied to Paige, when I replied to Paige, because she's got the word flirf in her name, it censored that reply.
Yeah, it's
And Bev
worked
is
brilliantly, Rumpus. We've
So
lost
there
the
you know,
tag.
except, so you just accept
We've
you were
lost the
lying just
misinformation
now.
tag.
So you just lied just now when you
What?
said it was not a censored word. You lying wanker
No,
again.
Emma told you.
lying,
Emma
lying
Emma
wanker.
Emma
You
told
lying
you.
wanker.
Emma
The
told
word
you
is
she did it
censored.
purposely to
No,
get
no,
you
it
triggered like
wasn't
this.
her. No, it
It was,
happened
Emma.
before. It got
She
Emma.
said it
No,
was.
You're lying.
Emma
You're
said she
lying.
did it
You've got
purposely to have a
flirf.
go at
You've
you.
got flirf in the censored dictionary of the YouTube chat, and that was what was stopping
No,
me from
Emma.
working.
Emma said she did it purposely
No,
to
she may have
trigger
done that
you
as
into
well.
this
She may have done that as
thing
well,
that you've done
but
here.
the point was every reply with that, and I did it when she wasn't around and in a quiet bit. And it
Okay.
didn't come up.
What
and they
about this then? Have you heard of GSV empiricist? Because he says, for that matter, a great circle on a ball is a spherical triangle with three 180
Yes, and
degree
it's also
corners.
a spherical square. It's also a spherical square.
Right. Well, can you remember? Can you do simple maths?
Yes.
Right. Well, what's 3 times 180 for a triangle?
I've got a little calculator. So I don't need to.
Oh, come on, Rumpus. 3 times 180. Do it off the top of your head. Come on.
I'm not going.
Have you never done any skateboarding? I could imagine you doing skateboarding. 360? 360?
So it's 540.
Okay. Now, what's 4 times 180? Can you add another 180 on?
Well, a square is a foot square. No, it's going to be 4 times. Yes, it should be 4 times 80. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you can imagine a square being the same as a triangle, being the same as a circle. Just adding extra angles into them, right?
Yes, because you don't understand spherical geometry because you're
Which
a moron.
a circle having
A
540
spherical square is 4
degrees.
points of equal length that are joined by great circles, and if the square is around the great circle, i.e., if you imagine a ball with a line of longitude, if the square is following a line of longitude, then you've got 4 points, but they're all on a great circle. And so
could that be a could that be a circle of 540 degrees?
Well, a square, as I say, if not the
720.
720, but a triangle
Or
would have angles of
1080
540.
even, right?
Sorry?
Could be.
What?
Could be infinite degrees.
What? Say again?
Well, I mean, we're just talking absurdities now, right?
No, we're not.
Like,
it's spherical geometry. If you knew
you're
anything
saying
about the
a
subject,
circle.
which you don't,
You're saying that
then
a
you
circle.
would recognise.
He said if the square is around, is what he said. The exact words.
Yeah.
Well, he's disputing the fact that a spherical square can have 4 times an angle of 180. So
yes, obviously, Rumpus. Obviously, it's fucking ridiculous.
If you knew anything about the subject, if you knew anything about the subject, which you don't,
get it.
then you would accept that. But you're a moron, willfully so you don't know about it. That's your problem, not mine.
What's a right angle in spherical geometry? Since you're the expert,
90 degrees. It's no different.
Is it?
Yes, you moron. You don't know anything about the subject, do you? You're making clear again. You know nothing.
Well, you're saying that a circle can have, 540 degrees if you call it a square.
Say that. I said a triangle can have 540 degrees. You don't listen, do you? You're a moron.
Oh, a triangle.
Rumpus, no, he's not. He's not read it. He's not read this. Rumpus, Rumpus, please look at the thing from GSV Empiricist. He's the new globe geometer of note. He says, for that matter, a great circle on a ball is a spherical triangle with 180 degrees. Yes, the circle is, the circle is a triangle, he says, and you say yes, it's also a square.
Yes.
Okay, so the circle has how many degrees?
360, but we're adding up
triangle that is the circle. How many degrees does that have?
540.
Now, the square that is the triangle that is the circle, how many degrees does that have?
720.
Okay.
Oh, how the same thing
I'll explain
can
to you, because
have
you're more.
different
I'm going to
angles.
slowly. The angle when you're measuring it on a circle is from the center, but the angle of a square or a triangle is not from the center. You stupid, utter moron.
You
it's
have-
4 times.
Okay, Rumpus, I just came in, Rumpus. This is like the 8th moron I heard. That's not gonna
but
work.
he's a moron. He's
Simmer
not
down,
listening.
Rumpus.
You're behind the times,
He thinks that because a
Use a
circle's got
different word,
360
Rumpus.
It's all right. It's all right. Let him go, because he's just going to go somewhere else.
The angle is being measured from, and because he's
Rumpus,
so
you are
stupid and ignorant, he doesn't
you are
realize where the angles
violating-
have come from. The circles don't have vertices. An angle for a circle is in the middle, but the triangle and the square, it's the vertices we're adding up. You utter
Supposed to be the
moron.
smartest one in the room.
This is existential cognitive veiling. What he's doing right now,
Don't know anything
sophistical.
about, you're so ignorant. What I'm speaking to you, do not understand a word I'm saying because you're so ignorant of the subject.
I got a question for you, Rumpus. I got a question for you. So if you use the spherical geometry on the sphere, on a football and all that, what do you use for the sky, for the measuring the stars?
Well, we were talking about
What
spherical
geometry?
For
What
measurement,
geometry?
That's a surface. It is a spherical surface we use for the stars. Yes.
The stars?
Well, that's what you were talking about, wasn't it? Sorry, didn't you? What was the question again?
I asked the rec again.
What's
Since
the
you're
question
using,
again?
just listen. So you're using spherical geometry for the surface. Are you using the same thing for the stars?
Yeah, so why, when I just said stars just now, did you just take on a?
I'm just making sure.
Breath, as though I'd never mentioned there was the subject of stars had never come up before.
I'm just making
you're
sure.
a moron. You asked a question about stars, and then when I mentioned the word stars, you go. That's incredible.
No.
What was that
Because you
noise?
was cutting me off. I'm trying to figure out what is curving, the sky or the ground.
The sky, of course, you moron, because we see the world around us as though it's a sphere around us. So if we don't worry about the distances to things,
We see the sphere around us.
Yes, we're surrounded by every angle from us forms a sphere. All the points of directions from an observer, that forms a sphere. You're at the center of a sphere of observation. So if you don't,
What, you're at the center of the
shut
sphere?
Up and let me finish. So if you're not worried about,
Can I just confirm, Rumpus? Did you say you are at the center of the sphere?
Everybody as an observer, you moron. Not
so you're not actually doing spherical geometry because you're at the center. And that's not where you do spherical geometry from, is it?
No, you can do spherical geometry on the sphere you're looking at. Just because you've observed it, you're not participating in the geometry. Just the geometry of it is on this thing you're looking at. So it doesn't matter the fact that I'm in the
You're not looking at the surface of a sphere, though, are you?
Is on the surface of this sphere.
I don't think you've got that right, Rumpus.
No,
I'm not
you don't
too
know what
sure.
you're talking about, moron.
Well, I think you've lost it.
When you're doing celestial sphere geometry, you're not doing any geometry to you. You're just doing it on the surface of that sphere where the stars are.
Yeah.
Tell that to Wally.
You're not bringing any of the lines into you. And if you are, for instance, if you're doing celestial navigation, then you're not doing spherical geometry.
More question. There again.
Spherical geometry is only about doing operations on the surface of a sphere.
Right. Okay. So when you're looking at the stars, you said, are those straight line? Are we shooting a straight line to that star? Are you what geometry are you using?
Oh, don't talk about the lights in the sky with him.
No. I'm trying to figure out what geometry he's using.
Moron who doesn't know what stars are, that utter moron. The science does, and you're just still stuck in your Stone Age thinking, where you're in denial in your own delusion. If you don't sit under your bed, you don't believe it exists. Yes, you can think of it.
No.
Yes, you can think of it straight lines.
You're not the boogeyman.
Although there's
I can swear to that.
If you just avoid being stars near the horizon, then yes, effectively there's straight lines to those stars. If you avoid going low to the horizon, yes.
I was just trying to see if it was a straight line or a curved line. That's all I was trying to see.
I told you. Yeah, no, I'm giving you an answer, but providing you don't get involved near the horizon.
No. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Beth. That's all I was trying to clarify. So shut your mouth.
By the way, Rumpus violated law of identity because if a triangle is the same as square and it is the same as the circle, it means that the same geometrical figure has 3 angles, 4 angles, 5 angles.
Right, when I said it's the same, I was saying
this
it's following on the same path. There's
no.
4 points for a square.
No.
And there's 3
He can't finish his statement.
No, it was said that is, not whatever else is.
Well, I'll do it more clearly for you because I don't normally get interrupted.
Come on, let's have the basic facts of this. He's got a circle, which is a circle, and then he's got a triangle with 3 180-degree corners. Then he's got a square with 4 of them.
I have to rush
Great.
for you and omit some key details because a wanker
Go and draw it out for us, Rumpus. Draw us out these triangle with 3 180 degrees. Shout out PhD Tony. He's the originator of this. He's the first one that's stupid enough to do it. You've gone one step further, Rumpus. Thank you very much.
You have to go or something, Rumpus?
He's getting his quick.
Go?
Yeah.
I missed what you're saying there.
He said, "Do you have to go?"
You have to go because you seem rushed.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm rushed.
Okay,
I'm
so
being interrupted. I have to get information out very quickly because someone like Bev will interrupt me, or you'll interrupt me, or someone else.
Well, you could take your time. Yeah, you could take your time and have a normal and a normal conversation.
Yeah, it's pretty clear, Rumpus, that you don't ever stop talking and you talk really fast. It's too much for everybody to hear when you just keep talking like you do. You keep doing it. You've just done it again. It's too much for you to keep doing. You can't keep your mouth shut. We'll turn you into a little mouse. How's that for you, Rumpus? Do you like being a little mouse? Everybody, if you turn him down, do we want to pick a number? 33? Does that sound good? Because everybody wants to turn Rumpus down to Little Mouse 33.
Sounds like it.
Okay, let's have a go at that. Let's see what we do.
Have a good day.
If we turn Rumpus down to 33, there you go. There you go. If everybody does that, it's a lot more pleasant. We can still have the conversation. We can still hear Rumpus at the point that we want to talk about, but we can still talk about each other.
I've got him at 22 for almost since he got in, actually.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, you don't have to turn him up then, but I would advise everybody else, just turn him down to about 33. That'd be the best.
So if there is this great circle, like the equator drawn on that football, right? Which could be a triangle, could be a square, could be a pentagon.
Wait. I don't want to do any of their arguments. If they got an argument, they can bring it here. Yeah,
That was good though. That was a really good clip. What did I say? 341 was it? 341. There was a really clear clip of him. So thanks to everybody for that. Really short clip. 341.
I was just trying to see what kind of geometry he was trying to use with the sky versus the ground, and if he was trying to interchange stuff. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think that they have someone walking on this celestial sphere and measuring distances between stars, walking just from one star to another.
Let's not get past this, right? Rumpus and that GSV empiricist and Plato chips have all said a circle is the same as a triangle with 3 180-degree angles, corners, he said. And that is the same, a triangle with 3 180-degree corners. I don't know whether you've ever tried to do this, but I suggest everybody try just to draw it out. Then add another 180-degree on the end of that line that you've just drawn for your triangle. Now, Rumpus thinks the circle is the same as that line, which is the same as the line that's bigger. You notice that he didn't put any dimensions to the triangle or the square. There's no way for you to relate.
180 degrees the same as 0.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
There is no angle of 180 degrees. It doesn't exist in Euclidean geometry anyway. It's not an angle.
Yeah, so they put a figure on there of 180 degrees, but it's actually 0.
No, Rumpus just hasn't got a clue about what the conceptual geometry he's talking about. It's a misrepresentation of what they're conceptually meant to be thinking, but I'm not telling him. And I don't think it should be right if we do start talking about it, because then we miss out on all of these little beauties and gems where people like Rumpus and all of these other people that imagine they're great big geniuses say really stupid shit. So I will just leave it to it. We know, everybody in here knows exactly how this ridiculous triangle is formed, but the square, I mean, it's ridiculous, absolutely stupid. Even what they're saying refutes. It's a self-refuting claim to have an angle of 180 degrees being the same as a circle. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Forget about the lines. If you want to be bending the lines, then do that as much as you want. But you can't have an angle of 180 degrees. It's just fucking impossible. But thanks, Rumpus, anyway. Thanks for helping us. Thanks, GSV Empiricist, Globe Geometer, and thanks for Plato for one-upping in. You've made Rumpus say it out loud in public. It's recorded on video. Anybody can clip that. Rumpus says a square is the same as a triangle, is the same as a circle. Geometrically.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
A violation of law of identity. Because the same thing cannot be the same and different at the same time. And if the same thing has 3 angles and 4 angles, it cannot be the same.
Doesn't the law of identity also get violated when you say that a sphere is three-dimensional, and when you draw triangles, quote unquote, bunny ears, air quotes, triangles on the surface of a football, then that's 2-dimensional. But aren't you saying that it's 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional?
No, he's talking about a circle. He's talking about a great circle. Don't get confused with drawing a triangle on a ball. What Rumpus is talking about here is the extremity, the largest of
the circles.
Yeah, the great circle. Yeah, he's talking about that circle being a triangle and a square and a circle. It's the same thing. It's not somebody drawing 3 different lines on the surface of a ball.
Yeah. Is it also a pentagon then?
It's as many as you want. You can
everything.
You can make it as many as you want under Rumpus's rules, right?
That's what I said.
You've literally exploded your logical system, so anything goes. Now, you can literally make up anything. Because what Rumpus did, I don't know whether you noticed with Redmond, he extended that sphere to out there. He put himself as the centre and still started performing spherical geometry. He's just got it. It's his mind is clouded. Model affliction. Can't get it out of it.
I tried a little bit just to see what he would say. That's all I wanted.
Yeah. He put himself at the centre, but what was his radius?
He doesn't know. Just have an angle.
I don't think there is a radius in spherical geometry, is there?
There is no
but
radius.
He put himself at the centre.
Yeah, exactly. That's how ridiculous Rumpus has got. That's how little Rumpus knows about what he's meant to be talking about. He's a liability to anybody that actually knows anything about this. But that's not what they're bothered about. None of them are. All they're bothered about is sophistry and their model, the outcome, the conclusion. Sad. His sophistry is just him talking and them saying he's not allowed to say things when he never shuts up. He never actually says anything of any substance whenever he does open his mouth either. It's just nothing. So, anytime anybody wants to come in here, if we can have a proper conversation, like Rumpus just wants to try and insult and get kicked out, because it would look better for Rumpus if he were to get kicked, because then he has a way that he can always moan about it. Even when Emma said she was deleting his messages just to wind him up. Brilliant play. Love it. Oh, she's gone. Yeah. Thank you, Emma. Might have brought Rumpus in here. Who knows? So I think it goes to show exactly how you when you have an argument that is so simple, the problems obviously come from the other side. And now the other side don't have people able to speak about it other than Brenda and Rumpus. Brenda tried the debate tactic, which obviously doesn't really work that well. And then Rumpus tries the sophistry through geometry. But you can't really do that. Really. But they've learnt how to be sophists, and they've learnt how to have some sort of a non-argument. And that's becoming more and more obvious. The people that are able to have the globe sophistry. There's not many people in reality that have the guts to say a circle is the same as a triangle is the same as a square, except the triangle and the square have 180-degree angles. My understanding of a square has opposite sides parallel. So there's another law of identity violation. A square cannot be not square.
I guess I do say that genius is on the cusp of madness.
Yeah. Yeah, but that is literally madness, right? Nobody, I don't think anybody's going to go, hey, wait a minute. He could be a genius. You're like, nah. No, he's fucking mental.
Good times. If you're listening, Rumpus, thanks. That was great.
Yeah. that little clip where Rumpus says it was clean, nobody jumped in, he got to say his piece. So don't ever say you're not interrupted, Rumpus. That was the time when everybody went quiet, just so Rumpus could say the most amazingly stupid shit I think I've ever heard anybody say.
Very concise.
So it's been worth it tonight. Don't forget, clip that. I think I put something like 3:41, 3 hours 41. Scroll back, and there'll be something around there, hopefully. Maybe a 5-10 second clip of Rumpus saying the most amazingly stupid shit. Now, when you say Rumpus said, I don't know, people will go, who the fuck's Rumpus? And you'll say, he's just some really annoying bloke. And they'll say, well, why are you telling me about what some really annoying bloke says some stupid shit? And then you'll say, but it's what the Globe has to say. And they'll say, what do you mean? The Globe has to say something. And then you should then just go, fuck it. Don't worry about it. Tell them about horizontals being parallel. That's good enough. And if they start disagreeing with horizontals being parallel, then you can tell them that the end result of what they're saying is they're going to end up saying this stupid shit that Rumpus comes out with. So it's like a warning, isn't it? use that clip as a warning against. You can use it after the horizontals being parallel. Logic. Logical proof of all horizontals being parallel. You're going to have to make a big deal about it and finding some ways to have the argument. Yeah, if you're listening, Globe fanatics, take note. Rumpus is laying down the rules. We've got that bit. I never even got a chance to do that. Rumpus, there's a clip I've got of Rumpus. I don't even know where it is now. He went over to Blue Marble Sciences and did 5 axioms or 5 laws of Globe. So he could let everybody know what the rules are for your Globe discussions. They decided not to come round here, but I don't know whether everybody on the Globe side knows that they are now under the tutelage of Rumpus. And this may have to be added to that. Is he exposing the Globe as being fucking ridiculous more and more? That what's going on?
Like intentionally, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, I think Rumpus and the concept of the Rumpus is doing a lot more damage for the Globe, right? Because we were saying, when you come into this arena, you normally get tagged in because, for me personally, it was Fight the Flat Earth wanted to do something, right? These people, McToon or Fight the Flat Earth or Red's Rhetoric, or Sean Huffrod or Sean Hawkins, Jose, they draw people in because they need people to sort of belittle, just shout at. So when most people come in for that reason, and then you find that there are people like Zanuck, Brenda, Rumpus, Chike, Bacon. Everybody knows these people. If you're in this arena and you get into the heart of this, you know who these people are. And you find out that they're liars. They're blatantly lying about things. But it's accepted within the ongoing circular conversations. So it doesn't take long for you to realise that there are people that are just blatant liars within this conversation. And then you realise that they're the guys that are meant to have the Globe opinions, and they've got nothing but insults and blatant lies, misrepresentations with no substance, nothing. Then you're wondering what you're doing in a place where you're trying to find some information and all you're talking to is liars and deceivers and misrepresentation of what you're doing. And then you're lost because where do you go? Where do you look? So most people will leave, quite rightly so. I mean, why would anybody want to stick around in a place like this? But then you're left with the Globe thinking, well, we did that. We got rid of them. So they just couldn't handle the Globe. When it isn't. It's the Globers. They're horrible people with zero argument and lies and deceit. The people. I can't speak for the model because they can't talk about anything. They can't talk about it at all. So where do you go? What do you do? Who do you talk to? Well, you find out that there are people like Rumpus that say fucking stupid shit. They've become so comfortable in their little group that they think they can get away with making stuff up. They think they're all Einsteins, which they may well be. If Einstein was a lying, deceiving thing, then they may be similar to him.
ECV.
Yeah. ECV, existential cognitive veiling. Anything within reality that requires looking at that may trouble the model cannot be seen, must be veiled, must be hidden by the person, either inner conscience or purposely by themselves, one or the other. That's what everybody's going to be stuck with. That's why Rumpus and Brenda keep coming in, because they need to push that. They need to gaslight that opinion to a group of people, either whether they're a group of people that do it for with the purpose of deceiving other people, or whether they genuinely believe that they're doing it on a crusade, right? Whether they think they're genuinely helping people. I don't think they're helping us, right? Except if you want to find out and hear somebody say some stupid shit, then yeah, they do help us in a way that we can look through and see it. But on the globe side, I don't know why anybody would listen to her. I'm pretty sure that nobody listens to Brenda or Rumpus. I've never heard anyone quote Rumpus or Brenda in any argument from the globe side. Not one, ever. So they're a different team of globe defenders, Brenda and Rumpus. They do a completely different job. But they do teach us that, at least as far as we know, Brenda and Rumpus say some really stupid shit. The more conversations you have, the more you'll find that every other globe fanatic, globe defender, will say this similar sort of stuff. Or their cognitive veiling will have some different effect. Their cognitive dissonance, that state of confusion they get put in when they get taken to aporia, will cause all sorts of different reactions. And Rumpus and Brenda, Brenda gets angry and Rumpus just starts waffling incomprehensibly. It doesn't make any sense. Says too many points too quickly. And it's only going to get worse, I think. There's only Rumpus and Brenda that can come round here, I think. Because it requires a certain type of person that to be able to say such stupid, ridiculous things. It's a committed team of people.
Yeah, I don't even know that blue. Some of the stuff that Brenda and Rumpus say.
Yeah, Blue used to live in reality, and he is going to help them, though. I think he has to come and help them. They need a new technical genius. Since Jesse Kozlowski turned into Brenda, then Rumpus has lost his buddy, technical genius. They're in need of a new entry into the team, and I think it might be Blue Marble, but he's a bit shy. He doesn't want to take the limelight because it's a big thing. It's like Ranty going up Winter Hill to establish the globe with an auto level. Too big for him it was. He had to run away and hide. It's similar to Rumpus not doing his Bedford level thing. It would be too much. The heat would be on him. They would all be looking at Rumpus. They'd be like, yay, Rumpus, you proved the globe. Even though there's no such thing as proof.
Can't forget that.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it would be too big for him. It'd be too much for all of the other Globers. I don't think they could handle bowing down to the great Lord Rumpus. But, I mean, if he was to do it, he would be front page news, BBC TV. They might even ask him his real name, and I don't think he could do that. And his team of 15 people, there'd have to be a photograph with them all hiding their faces.
Sadly, let's say you can't mention Brenda no more. Brenda left the server, so R.I.P. Brenda. Round of applause. Great job.
Yeah.
The server. What did I miss?
Brenda lost.
No, left.
Well. Well, I did get off the call before that happened, so I didn't see the event horizon.
I kicked Brenda.
What's
I kicked Brenda because I couldn't have Brenda misrepresenting professional people that do a professional job. I can't have that. That's misinformation, and I can't do it. Not allowed to.
Yeah.
I can't have Brenda talking shit. Which easily provable false, right? There are professionals that do certain jobs. And yeah, Brenda isn't one of those professionals, so you can't just start speaking for an entire group of people that we call that misinformation. And like I say, we're quite proud of that. We've lost the misinformation tag. I'd like to keep it that way. Like I said, thank you very much to the mods that have been doing a brilliant job, that have helped us get rid of the misinformation tag. We talk about reality, geometry, logic, and we try and keep it based in reality, not fantasy. The less talk of the model, the better. Drop the model is the motto at this place. The ethos. Is that ethos? Is that right? Does that sound right? I hope I'm using my words correctly.
You are.
Thank you. So what's everybody else think about tonight? I mean, we have to, obviously, develop a new way to talk to people. And there has to be a balance between accepting people and differing opinions and misinformation. I think that's where the boundary has to be laid with where we're going. Once it goes to ridiculous points where you're talking about people's jobs and professionals and things that would matter to influence minds of people, gaslighting, I don't think I can put up with gaslighting anymore. It needs to be called out. People just making claims and then never backing them up. People making ridiculous claims and then just saying you're wrong. Because I think more and more, it's the globers that are getting influenced, and the less intelligent, more manipulatable people, the ones that get affected. So Brenda and Rumpus say some stupid shit, somebody else hears it, maybe not be able to understand it, but then goes and repeats it to other people, therefore making themselves look fucking stupid. Can you imagine trying to explain to people that a circle is the same as a triangle, except the triangle has more angles than the circle? That's madness. It's like the circle and the triangle together in Euclidean geometry have 540 degrees, because the triangle has 180 and the circle has 360. And then the square also has 360. But not in Rumpus's world. That's madness. And I'm hoping some of the globers actually take it on. I mean, it's a bit dark, isn't it? It's a bit dark laughing at people, but like Rumpus isn't going to take anything from us. We could tell Rumpus how stupid he is, but can you imagine somebody hearing what Rumpus says and then repeating it and then getting taken the piss out of and shown how stupid they are? Then they're going to go back to Rumpus and go, what the fuck's that, Rumpus? And Rumpus is going to have to explain it. Do you think Rumpus would explain to them what he meant? Or do you think Rumpus would just call them a moron?
Yes,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly what I thought. But he's just going to tell them, you're a moron. You just
For
don't
not
understand.
understanding
You're
it.
just
So
a moron."
this person's already been
moron.
talked to people, tried to explain it, and been shown how fucking ridiculous it is. Then they go back to Rumpus, and Rumpus just calls them a moron. Yeah, it puts people in a really funny position, as to know what the fuck's going on in this arena. It's crazy. But that's the globe model, the globe confusion. That's where existential cognitive veiling gets you. That's the reason they can't talk about this between each other. They can only hear Rumpus. I bet that's the first time anyone has ever heard that. And it was only brought around because of Twitter. I'll put it up again if you'll find it. I like this. Twitter. I like Twitter for this. We've been doing this quite a bit. Oh, where's it gone? Oh, that one. I think that one. Is that it? That one, yeah. One guy says, do you not have eyes? You can make a triangle on a ball with 3 90-degree angles. Triangle, 3 90s. Oh, it's only 270. Yeah, a triangle with 90 degrees, 270. A triangle with 270 degrees. GSV empiricist comes along because Hey, he's making fun of Bev, the idiot's most likely response. Probably because I said triangles on the surface of a ball don't exist. Because they don't. Triangles have straight lines. Unless you put like a toothpick propping it up. Tape your protractor, tape your square to the
I
ball.
wonder. I was just kind of thinking. I wonder if you can have a less than 180 degrees.
Oh, well, I think we lost that. You broke up a little bit.
I was saying, I wonder if we can have a triangle with less than 180 degrees.
Where
Yes.
did I hear that?
This Jacek Brodsky, this professor of Southampton and whatever, he said that you can have triangle with 0 angles.
Oh yeah, that's easy. You just, instead of drawing lines on a sphere, you find an ass or a horse, and you draw the lines on his saddle. You see?
You just
Bada bing, bada
inverse curve into hyperbolic to have triangle with 0 angles.
Yeah, not in spherical.
No, but yes, but the question was if we can have, yes, and that this is like hyperbolic geometry or whatever, that yes, you can have with the 0 angles.
I was looking at, because I'm pretty sure I had somebody the other day saying not 180, but it just goes to show the confusion. So yeah, Twitter, this is the way Twitter works. One guy says you can make a triangle on a ball with 3 90-degree angles, 3 right angles. I'm guessing also 3 hypotenuse. A thrice hypotenuse triangle. That's the side opposite a right angle. Yeah. 3 hypotenuses, triangle. Must have a special name, that. He's making fun of Bev. And then he says, for that matter, right? So one guy said a triangle with 3 90s. In comes GSV empiricist. For that matter, a great circle on a ball is a spherical triangle with 3 180s. I mean, yeah, so he's backing the first guy up by going to an extreme. And this is a theme within the globe. If you have to start doing this. And then obviously Plato Chips comes along, and it's also a spherical square with 4 180-degree corners. A corner of 180 degrees. I mean, that's the way the mind must work of people to be able to say that is fantastic. I call these sort of moments the logic reasoning. They can be used as a tool to explain to people how the reasoning process works. And normally you get confusion from people
Wait, but in this last statement, it is a straight contradiction because a sphere is a curve, so surface, whatever. So it has less than 180 degrees. Every curve has to have less because otherwise it is straight line.
Yeah.
So
That's why the 180 degrees is.
So it is impossible to obtain.
That's a straight line. It's just two right angles, and right angles are made up from straight lines because right means straight. It's impossibility for them to do it.
Yes,
it's just literally a straight line.
Yes, it should be straight line, but they cannot have this straight line because this is a circle, and of course, circle has less.
Well, see, this is where you get into the conceptualization of this two-dimensional surface. All they say is great circle is a straight line. And as they've shown, the triangle and the square are straight lines. So literally they're talking about a straight line. And when you get into this geometry and you understand that a straight line that returns back on itself is conceptualized as an orbit. It's all just conceptual.
Yes, I understand that, but still, you cannot have this angle on a sphere, on a circle, because just impossible. Because circle is not a straight line, and 180 degree you can have only with a straight line.
It's a diameter, isn't it? It's like literally, if you're talking about the circle, then 180 is the even part of it, which is the diameter. All right angles are equal, and two of those right angles form the diameter. That's the only way it can work. There is no other way this works. That's why I say it's all self-refuting.
Yes. The contradiction, yes, it is impossible. So if he's saying that you can have something with this angle, it is impossible. So he's just gibberish.
But you've noticed that came around because I got a tweet, and you show these tweets to hardcore globe fanatics, and they cannot go against their brothers. It's like a club that they have to defend, no matter how stupid it is. I mean, Rumpus may have gone to the council meeting where the narrative said, they all say, look, we're going to have to go with this. If you see somebody saying that, the extreme petitions means that they've been forced into saying that. The Globe requires it. Just defend it. And that's where Rumpus and most of the Globers are at now. So when you get these examples, pretty much like FE dogma and the twin tangent conundrum, I will have to put them all into a book. Blue marble and the internal tangent plane. There's a few of them that we've seen that can be used as perfect tools to explain the ridiculousness of the extremes of this model that these guys are holding on to. And they're just going to have to deal with it. And we're going to have to deal with it as well. But luckily enough, they've given us these things so we can explain to people the ridiculousness and how the argument can lead to a reasoning process that allows you to come to a conclusion on your own. And the simpler we can make it, the easier it is. And like, thanks to Rumpus, Blue Marble, FE Dogma, There's Jeff, the guy that may or may not live in Maine, Jesse Kozlowski, George Nutsack, multiple people. Fight the Flat Earth, did the straight lines can curve. All of these things just go together to make a general package of look how ridiculous you have to make yourself. You have to make yourself a caricature of something, some role-playing character, because I can't imagine they're real.
Yes, it is hard to imagine that not that normal person can behave like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they have really mental disorder, serious, or they are acting. For me, there is no other explanation.
Hey, don't call us Einsteins, Blue. That's bad.
He is not a good example.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't want to be an Einstein.
Yeah, me too.
Get away.
Euclid, Aristotle, yes, but not Einstein.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd take any of that. I don't think Euclid's a person. I think Euclid was a group. It wouldn't surprise me also if Aristotle was a time, an age or something. To give single people this idea that they one person can do it. I think that's to put into the minds of people that an individual can be a genius. And I think you more often find that geniuses equal madman, crazy, with the people in the background, little puppeteers, making whatever they want from something.
I believe that geniuses exist and existed in the past. So, for example, Alexander the Great, he was a real one person who conquered a whole known world and even not unknown world. I think they may exist, but there are not many of them. But I don't know if Aristotle wrote the whole thing, but he was a real person for sure. But if he wrote everything, I don't know.
Well, I would say that if there is any geniuses out there, then there are muses and there are other people that aid. Nobody can do this on their own, especially logic. There needs to be companionship with the conversation. You cannot do it on your own. Any of it.
Yes, I agree. Yes. You cannot just invent in your head everything without experience and conversations. Yes.
Well, and also the teachings, right? That he can't have done that on his own. It's just somebody's wrote it down because there's a procedure that could do to be followed, and nobody else has wrote it. But putting the pieces together, the pieces are already there. They're just writing it down. Is the guy that's in charge of writing it down. I like to imagine that Aristotle being a bit more than the guy that just wrote something down, but he definitely can't have been the guy that wrote everything down and made everything up for everybody else to follow from nothing. That's far too imaginative to think that. there was always something before.
Yes, I mean, he didn't invent everything from nothing. He was based on previous so-called natural philosophers, but basically he is refuting them. So his work is based on refuting the old positions of natural philosophers and Plato, especially Plato.
Well,
all right,
the new philosophy. Okie dokie. Thanks for popping in. The new philosophy, I think, is being wrote by these people, and it's some crazy times. I don't particularly ever want to get hung up with the globe earth philosophy, or what they'd have to call it. Can I say as well, I mean, Blue's trying to say I've disrespected George. I've not. I know he's died. People know that now. I did a show, or not do a show one Monday, a bit back. That was for George, because that's what he would have wanted. So we did. It's not what Blue Marble wanted or whatever, and I don't know whether he wants to fit anything in, but George was obviously a big part of this arena, and he was definitely a big part of the Rumpus team. So all respects to George, but the stuff that George did and the stuff that George has done has to be gone over. He has to leave a memory, and that memory was RBD Face. He showed us the ridiculousness of how Rumpus was doing his test. That's why Rumpus will never do his test, because it's based upon what George did, and that's ridiculous. But hey, good luck to them all. We will still speak of George with respect, because he gave us some amazing stuff, just like Rumpus did tonight. RBD Face is one of the best you could ever do. I don't think anyone could ever do RBD Face, or even attempt it. I hope at some point somebody will, but I think that may have been a warning. Yeah, that's what we call him, Blue. You've just called him it, have you? He gave us the nutsack drop. You, Blue, you brought back the hump. You've never gone to the nutsack drop, have you? You stuck with the hump. We know that. Two different posing positions. Now, Rumpus is the one that's meant to be doing a presentation on stuff. Rumpus has told us he's going to do a presentation on it, a video showing everybody exactly why there's no difference between the hump and the nutsack drop. We will go over. I mean, there's no way that's getting separated. There is, in the globe philosophy, a contradictory thing that occurs around a water level that requires both nutsack drop and the hump. I don't know. Should we call it the blue marble hump? So he will be remembered fondly by me, even though we've death threats and saying that I should be killed. But hey, that's the way the globe Earth defenders are. They get awfully triggered, upset, pissed off about people with logical arguments that are made very simple. Can't help it. That's the way it is. Yeah, Blue's Blue Marble is on that team of, I don't know, I should start writing a list of them, putting the names, put the name on the list for who are the ultra globe defenders with the geometry, who are the globe defenders that are willing to debate geometry in defense of their model. There's not many.
Tried to put up like a baby board, like what's his name? Ruhef got. Put it on the baby board.
I do have two boards here with stuff wrote on them, but I don't know. I'll have to revisit them at some point.
You know what? To me, it would be meaningless. Just put it on a piece of cardboard. Just set it over in the corner. Collect dust. Blue has no authority. Nobody.
Yeah.
Now, red man, I don't know who you think I am. I'm just messing around.
Yeah, we don't know much about George, and it seems like it's pretty sad. I have heard that nobody's wrote a eulogy or anything, so he probably was on his own, and sad to see it. We tried to be as friendly as we could. I know for a fact that Mike called him to offer help to make sure everything was okay when he burnt his house down, but seems like he took it differently, and along with Team Blue and Rumpus and all of that, seemed to take offence at people being nice. I don't know. As everybody in here knew at the time beforehand, we all felt a bit bad about George, and we knew Khan wasn't doing too well, so we wanted to help him out. He didn't take it like that, but everybody in here knew the rules and the way we tried to help George, and we knew how bad he was. But I mean, how I don't know, alone. Sad. Hopefully nobody else has to go through that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Sad times. But we do what we can. And we will. I mean, I'm not getting rid of any of that sort of stuff. We're gonna relive RBD Face in honor of the good times. Okay, let's end it there. What day is it? Is it Thursday? It's Friday. Free for all Friday tomorrow. Come on in.
Yep.
Anybody can come, and even Rumpus, I'll turn him back up from 33. Might even give him a 66. Depends what the chat think. Yeah, but anybody's free to come in. Anybody got any other final words for today? I'll just queue up a Buster.
Yep. What you ain't heard in a while. Can I get a one chance?
We had the one chance. It was ended yesterday.
Damn it!
Nobody wants to hear Brenda, do they? What about LIGO? You don't understand. We had a you don't understand start, and so here we go. You don't understand LIGO, and
that'll work.
Thanks for joining. Look out for us tomorrow, Free for All Friday. It's always a good one. Again, it'll probably be going over the argument again tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining. See you tomorrow.
If you if you were to put a bubble level on like the intersection of LIGO, that would be level. If you were to walk down the arm and place it on top of that, I would say it would not be level. That would be another good
So you say at the split point, that's where it's level on both arms?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they leveled it.
So,
And what are the arms? What are the arms? If the center is level, how do you envision?
he said no, not the center, the apex where they both meet.
Oh, the apex.
Yeah, it's different.
So
It's changed.
how do you envision the end of the arms then? The other two ends.
They're just gonna go straight, and this is in the engineering.
The end of the arms. At the end, you have the apex, and you have two arms running along, right?
Yeah.
How are they? Are they in the same level as the apex, or how do you envision them? Higher, lower?
So at the ends of the arm, they had to pour more concrete because it was at a higher elevation.
It's not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you. When the job was done, you have your apex, it's level. Either arm, how are they in relation to the apex?
They're flat. They're straight. They're straight.
Yeah. Are they also level?
No. They are. They at each spot they are not level. They like if you put a bubble level on the apex and you started moving down the arm, it would get off and more off level.
How? Towards the up or towards the down?
With the bubble level, it would either go left or right.
No, hold on a second. You have a level at the apex, and you have two arms running. And I'm asking, you say they're not level at the ends. So I'm asking you, are they lower than the apex or higher than the apex?
They have a higher elevation than the apex.
So they're higher than, wow.
So the horizontal raises in elevation for you. No, you said it would be higher.
Hold on. The horizontal plane that was established at the apex will diverge from the surface of the earth. The horizontal plane stays straight, but the level of water starts diverging from the straightness.
What? How do you envision that? You envision level water diverging from straightness?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
How is that possible?
Because level is a curve. And water is level.
That's my model dictates, right?
No,
that's
absolutely. But as I was saying, like if we go back to the straight line test, you would be able to see which one's true. If water is curved, then there will be an angle. If level water is curved, there will be an angle between B, A, and C. If water level is straight, then all of them will be collinear. It's a test.
I don't think there's any possibility of reaching you, bro. I just don't think so.
If we do the test, that would reach me.
At what point is vertical not perpendicular to horizontal?
It always is. Every vertical is perpendicular to its horizontal.
To its horizontal. And
yes.
What is a horizontal?
It's 90 degrees from its vertical, and vertical is defined from the plumb bob. I wonder if I could do it, because over a short distance, you might be able to use theodolite map and a water level.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
You don't understand. Hold on.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. If you side across from one side to the other,
just take my word for it, bro.
No, don't take my word for it. Do it. I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. There will be. I can guarantee there will be a hump in the middle.
There will be.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle.
Go and speak to anyone. Go up to someone that you know and just say, "Here, mate, is level horizontal?"
Yeah.
And see what you say.
Horizontal, of course, level's horizontal.
Well, there you go then.
With level, especially when you do it on a small scale. Okay, if you're talking about the water level, the horizontal plane that a water level establishes is in the middle of the water level.
You would have to understand what a line is.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Hold on.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
You
real.
would have to understand what a line is.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So logically it follows then that all perpendiculars to that line
You don't understand.
are parallel to each other.
Yes, I agree.
It also then follows that that line cannot be a curved line or change angle anywhere along the line.
That line, yes. So this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. That line, yes. So this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. This straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
You would have to understand what a line is.
You don't understand.
You might be able to use the autolite map and a water level.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
You know what we call a vertical change? You know when we measure a vertical change.
Yeah, it's an elevation change.
Yeah, a vertical measurement in the vertical.
Yeah, because it's a good approximation of the short distance.
So you're saying that horizontal being straight would get a measurement from the... Oh, wait a minute. You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and then from that horizontal you measure a vertical change, don't you?
I'm saying that
you do though, don't you? Right? Do you understand that? Right? You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and you measure a vertical change from that horizontal. And what do we call that vertical change again?
Elevation change. That's not
a reference to the horizontal, obviously.
But I'm in reality, and that's why I'm thinking of actually doing this test. In reality, specifically say that horizontal is actually not a plane. Your misunderstanding of my model is not my problem. It's up to you to understand it.
You don't understand. Hold on.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I have no problem with you all using the water level to establish a horizontal plane. It will be tangent to the curve of the earth. They would maintain the same elevation. But remember, levels occur. So then is a vertical angle just a right angle? grab a water level, that same water level test, and sight across it. That's it. Anything that is 90 degrees from that plane will be parallel to the vertical that you established at that point. Whenever y'all ask me about surveying, I say, yeah, I'm not an expert. I defer to the experts.
I'm out. If you carry on, but I don't think it's. I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means. He obviously doesn't understand what level means.
You don't understand.
Hold on. You don't understand.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience. Or you can use it for math and logic. I don't claim to know anything about surveying.
Have you ever held a water level? Have you ever held a water level?
Have I held a water level, the tool? No, but it's a pretty simple concept.
Say, they're even so bold over there, you guys. They believe horizontals are parallel.
Yeah.
You ever heard of proof before? Like real
proof doesn't exist in reality. It only exists in math and physics.
With your picture, then. Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to prove anything.
Hold on.
No, I'm showing you evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Prove stuff.
No, I'm bringing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Hold on.
Why would I try to prove something? That's pseudoscience. We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience.
Hold on. You don't understand.
He obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
My God.
22 years old. They're on the fucking internet talking to people about
No reason,
begging for your model to be real.
no wisdom, no worry.
It's bizarre.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
No
real.
reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
I think he thinks the zero pressure state in the water is an arc instead of a straight line.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at Tom. I'm laughing at the theoretical conversations. Hey, there's some people who think level is horizontal and they want you all to talk about. And also, parallel and vertical being 90 degrees from one another. And in math, typically when you establish a horizontal plane, in math, it's just one